any reasonable way for them to get onto this AI wave with any size given their product lineup?
Yeah, look, I've said in the past, they actually have a fair amount of AI-related deals, roughly about $1 billion in orders that may start to come through in fiscal 2025. But $1 billion in orders that translate to sales on a $50 billion company, that's only 2% of sales. So you're really not seeing this battleship there. I think the bigger, the more interesting thing that may happen to Cisco is trying to transform themselves from a networking company to a security software company, and let's see if they can get that done.
Cisco, Wooj, in your coverage list here on the hardware side, what's the name you're most enthused about?
Well, a couple of guys, Dell as well as HPE.
Okay.
From a Dell standpoint, you have the AI server play, and from an HPE standpoint, I do think that the AI server opportunity is underappreciated.
I mean, the Dell story. The stock's up 54% year to date. This is a company that's transformed itself from, what I would consider a PC company to now a broader technology platform. What's their strength here? What's driving the stock?
Yeah, so Dell is actually one of like 2 or 3 large OEMs that can actually supply to someone like a CoreWeave, someone like a Musk's Open XI platform. And the other one is Supermicro, quite frankly. And given what's happened to Supermicro in terms of some of their 10K filing delays, there's a chance that Dell could take advantage of that.
All right, very good. Woo Jin Ho, thank you so much for joining us. As always, Woo Jin Ho, he's the Senior Technology Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence down in our Princeton office. Hey, folks, ARK Investments CEO Kathy Wood joins Bloomberg Business Week today right after the closing bell to talk artificial intelligence and our latest investments in OpenAI. Catch the conversation with Carol Massar and Tim Spanevik at 4 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and television. Coming up right now, the balance of power with Joe Matthew from Washington, D.C. That starts right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Jobs blow the doors off in September, just as a dock workers' strike is suspended. Welcome to the fastest show in politics, as the monthly jobs report shows stronger than expected jobs growth and unexpectedly lower unemployment level just hours after union workers agreed to reopen ports along the east and Gulf coasts and continue negotiations. We're going to talk about all of this ahead with Anna Wong from Bloomberg Economics, who was prescient ahead of the print. The thirst for electric power intensifying as more data centers pop up around the country. We're going to focus on the grid with Catherine Hamilton from 38 North Solutions. And is stretching the truth just part of running for president now? Our new reality. We'll talk about the role that misinformation is playing in this campaign on both sides of the aisle with Daniel Efron, professor of organizational behavior at the University of London. We've got a lot ahead for you, and it all follows a look at Wall Street. We start, as always, with the markets in New York and Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Joe Matthew. Jobs Friday. We got a lot to talk about. What a shocker this morning. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ holding on to gains right now. Stocks do remain modestly higher after a stronger than expected report highlighted the strength of the economy and boosted soft landing hopes. We'll have more on that topic for you coming up on Balance of Power. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green right now. I'm beginning with the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares up by 1.1%. To put that in context, we got the S&P up 25 right now, up by about 0.4%. The Dow's gaining 147, up 0.3%, while NASDAQ is up 134. For NASDAQ, a gain of just about 0.8%. 10-year at 3.95% with a 2-year 3.88%. Gold now in the red, falling 0.2%, 26.51 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.5%, 74.79 a barrel. So where was the hiring last month? Here's acting U.S. Labor Secretary Julie Su.
We saw growth in this last month in healthcare. We saw it in restaurants. We saw it in local government. You know, all of these things translate into quality of life, right? It's not just workers out there doing jobs. It's, you know, potholes are being fixed. It's, you know, increased public safety. It's people getting back to normal.
Acting U.S. Labor Secretary Julie Su. We're keeping an eye on Rivian Automotive shares. They are tumbling now by 6.3% after the automaker cut its annual production target. Rival Tesla today up by 2.7%. So it is an up day for the U.S. stock market. Coming up after the close of trading, ARK Investment CEO Cathie Wood. She'll join Bloomberg Business Week to talk about AI and her latest investments into OpenAI. Catch the conversation with Carol Massar, Tim Stenovic, 4 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and Television. Balance of power continues. Lots to talk about, specifically the labor market. Back we go to Washington. What a week. Once again, here he is, Joe Matthew.
It's not over yet. Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Welcome indeed to the Friday edition of Balance of Power. You made it to the threshold of the weekend, and we're glad to have you here on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube, where you can always find us by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. Simple as that. You'll find our live feed there with, yes, a lot of talk about jobs today. A White House that seems to be very pleased with the last 24 hours in the news cycle, and by extension, a Harris campaign. As we just heard from Charlie, non-farm payrolls up 254,000. The estimate was 150K, unless, of course, you follow Anna Wong on the terminal. You know, this was an eye-popper yesterday. Anna Wong, of course, Bloomberg Economics chief U.S. economist, out yesterday with a number at 270K, the preliminary estimate for a September jobs gain, with the headline. Again, this was yesterday. Why September payrolls may print surprisingly high. She's sitting here right now on this jobs day. Good to see you, Anna. Thanks for coming in. So how come you knew something nobody else did?
Well, you know, I think the NFP report is very, it's very tricky to interpret because
non-farm payrolls,
payrolls, because it's driven a lot by statistical things. For example, it's driven by whether you can forecast the birth and death factor that BLS uses, whether you can count how much multiple jobs holders are there, how many part-time jobs holder are there. So our forecast was driven by the observation that these statistical errors and would be boosting the month headline number. Although I personally think that the truth is a much lower number.
Really? How come?
Because that's not the reality you see on the ground. And also, as I said, we forecast the statistical error, right? And the statistical error in these reports are huge. We estimate that we should be mentally adjusting down these non-farm payroll numbers by about 90,000. So that would mean that, in fact, job growth was really hanging around more like below 150,000.
Does that mean we're in for some revisions again for September?
So I think the revisions would come very late, so in 2026, actually. Wow. Yes, we do expect that the downward revisions for this year would be, for the entire year this year, would be about 1 million by the time it's over. So yeah, we just need to mentally adjust down the monthly number.
Well, but again, you know, the Labor Department has a couple of smart people around there, right? They put their green visors on and they come up with this number every month. How come Bloomberg Economics can see so much further beyond what the Labor Department is seeing right now?
Well, Joe, I think a lot of traders on Wall Street can also see this. I mean, I think the idea is that it's important to forecast anomalies and statistical properties. And I mean, our job is to forecast what's printed, not what's the reality.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So the market's smarter than labor. Is it a matter of updating our models here? Can the government do a better job?
Well, I think the people working in BLS are very smart and very conscientious. They're just following a statistical procedure, which they have been using for decades, right?
Sure.
And these statistical procedure tends to create a lag in real time when you have a turning point in the business cycle. I still think that currently the labor market overall is pretty soft and overall is cooling. And you know, once you adjust for those lagging factors, that's the trend that we should be observing.
You're talking this morning about a rising unemployment rate as well, at least by the end of next year, 5%. That's in the cards for this economy.
Right.
What would that tell us about the state of the job market at that point? Are we still talking about a soft landing?
Yeah, so I think 5% would be a gray area where economists would tend to argue that maybe it's not a recession, because the SOM rule would suggest that after the unemployment rate reached the 0.5 percentage point increase over a 12-month period, it should rise for another 2%. And that would be more consistent with 5.5% unemployment rate. But I think at 5%, most Americans would feel terrible about this job market.
We get one more jobs report before the election, don't we?
Yes.
Is this going to be?
And that one I think would be weak.
Really?
Yes, that one.
On the eve of the election?
On the eve of on the Friday, right before election. But there's a question of whether the voters would have, a lot of voters would have voted by then.
Sure.
It's really this payroll report that would influence a lot of
This is the one
attention.
that counts.
Yes.
You'll hear people talking about how it was politically motivated, I'm sure, at BLS at some point here. But that's why we talked to Anna Wong, because she knows more than just about anybody here in the Capitol. Anna, great to see you. Thank you. Congrats on the number. She might not have won the Price is Right, but she would have come a lot closer than most people. 270. Anna Wong, Bloomberg Economics chief U.S. economist. It's one of the top stories that we're following today, coinciding, of course, with the end of this dock workers strike. Well, I shouldn't say the end, the suspension of the dock workers strike. That was 45,000 workers, and there was a lot of concern about how that would show up in the October payroll numbers. Maybe have skirted that one as well, that they still have to work out the issue of automation now having handled the pay issue. One of the other stories, as I mentioned, that we've been following quite a lot here at Bloomberg, and not certainly on the political programs as much, is the need, the thirst for power. You know, Microsoft turned a lot of heads last month when it announced this deal with Constellation Energy. Remember this? We talked about it, to restart part of the 3 Mile Island nuclear power plant in Pennsylvania to power its data centers. That's the whole game right now. If we're going to have generative AI, you need a lot of data centers, and they need a lot of power. And the grid at the moment doesn't have all the power that is needed. And there's more where this came from. Oracle is designing a data center that would be powered by 3 small modular nuclear reactors. We heard about that from Larry Ellison in the earnings call just 2 weeks ago. And Google is now working on large-scale data centers they say will suck up more than 1 gigawatt of power. And so, again, they use these small modular nuclear reactors. Remember this, they're called SMRs, to provide the juice. How quickly, though, these companies can get these new sources up and running is a question. Regulations are a question. And we wanted to talk with an expert. Glad to say we're joined by Catherine Hamilton, chair at 38 North Solutions, which is a clean energy and technology consulting firm. She is an expert on the grid and is host of the Energy Gang podcast. Catherine, I've been looking forward to talking with you because this story just seems to get louder every day. Is, just broadly to start off, is nuclear the answer?
Oh, I wish I could tell you there was only one answer to this issue. But no, luckily we have a lot of different solutions. The grid is a complex beast that needs a lot of updates, and yet, yes, we can use nuclear, but it's not the only solution. Luckily, we have a lot of other things we can bring to the fore to deploy. And I will tell you this also, in addition to AI, we have increased manufacturing, we have increased electrification. So demand is growing and load is growing everywhere. And I want to tell you, this is not the first time this has ever happened. You probably, before your time in the 1970s, we got air conditioning and the utilities had to build new power plants. In the 80s, when I started working at a utility, we had increased demand and we had to be really innovative with ice storage, with new ways of thinking about rate structures, with time of use, with demand response. And we were able to get that done. But for the last couple of decades, demand has not grown. And so now we're in a position where the utility muscle for innovation has gone a little slack. But luckily, we have innovation that's been greatly democratized. And we can talk about what all those innovations are on the grid, because I think we do have the tools to be able to handle this.
Well, it's gotten to the point where we're talking about high-tech companies wanting to build data centers on the site of a nuclear power plant because it checks a couple of boxes. It's not just this uninterrupted supply. It's also clean, so to speak, and many of these companies have made climate pledges, and it allows them to fulfill all of these goals. What else do you see?
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, if you build where there was an old manufacturing, another nuclear plant that was originally there, you also have all the interconnection. So that's a huge issue too, is making sure you can actually connect to the power plant. So let's take a look at a few other technologies. So geothermal, next generation technologies, there are hundreds of gigawatts of ability to install geothermal. And with these new technologies, closed loop that can produce both heat and power. We have other kinds of technologies that can go anywhere. So you don't have to find a resource anymore. You can really install geothermal anywhere. So let's look at geothermal. Let's look at hydropower. Right now, only 3% of our dams are producing electricity. That doesn't mean we need 97% of the dams to be producing, but we can build another 50 gigawatts of plants with facilities that are already installed. And then there are all these new transmission technologies, grid enhancing technologies. There are advanced conductoring technologies. And then what we don't want to forget is the demand side. So a lot of people think you build a power plant, you take the electrons through the line, and you serve a load. And this is just a load. You know what? Customers are no longer just load. And AI centers are the same. AI centers can also serve as a resource. So distributed energy resources, so behind the meter assets, whether it's solar or storage, microgrids, can all be helpful in feeding the grid as well. So we have to look at solutions all the way from the supply side to the demand side. And AI centers are starting to do that too. A lot of companies that are developing AI centers are looking at how do we build plants that can take 100% renewable energy, that can do liquid cooling, heat recovery, batch some of these operations, so that we can really not only get every electron we can off of the grid, but also provide resources back to the grid.
On the meter, be another great name for a grid podcast. These things just hit me as you say them. You talk about hydro. Producer Matt is asking, why don't we just put all of these data centers along the Mississippi River? We'll have an AI corridor that runs right through the middle of the country. I see you. You seem to like that idea.
That's a great idea. You'll also find a lot of new manufacturing plants for energy storage technologies and other new manufacturing that the Inflation Reduction Act and the infrastructure bill kind of promoted. Those are all going up and down the Ohio and other rivers. And yes, we have resources right there, old Army Corps facilities that can be repowered and reused and made fish friendly to ensure that we get the electrons we need to those facilities.
Yeah. All right, Matt, you hear that? Your $1 million idea has been approved. So I guess, when we step back from this, everybody's talking about nuclear. And Catherine, you keep telling me that this is all of the above. Is that the conversation we're supposed to be having?
We are supposed to be having that. And the key is we need some policy support on that. So, for example, for geothermal, we have had zero demonstration dollars put toward geothermal. It's been a bit of a stepchild in all of the funding that came out of the last, the infrastructure bill, for example. Hydropower didn't get much love in the Inflation Reduction Act either. And on the the transmission investment tax credit fell out of the Inflation Reduction Act. So there's some things we still need in policy, and we need state regulators to also say, all right, let's figure out how we can get the demand side to be part of the equation so we don't just model and plan our utilities based on, I'm going to build a big power plant, I'm going to mortgage it and have the consumers pay for it. Instead, let's have the consumers participate so their costs don't go up too.
Well, so Catherine, what about the utilities? What about the NextEras and the Dominions? Because I see a story here. Texas's top electricity regulator has a message for big tech. If you want to build AI data centers next to power plants, you may also need to build the power plant too. What does the future grid or the future utility look like with that in mind?
Yeah, it's super interesting because Texas is its own market, as it is in a lot of ways, right? They have resource adequacy. Theirs is much more a real-time market than it is in a lot of other places and a lot of other planning processes. So yes, they look at resource adequacy. Do we have enough to meet the demand? And if we don't, let's figure out who's going to build it. A lot of other states, utilities are incentivized to build big things and then get cost allocation and a guaranteed rate of recovery for their customers. But I think some of the best models are, for example, cooperative utilities in rural settings. And I will tell you, I live in Virginia and there are data centers being built everywhere. And I'm served by an electrical co-op. And the co-op says, all right, in order to serve all these data centers, we have to be creative. And we can because our number one issue is cost to our customers. We're a cooperative. We don't have to give a rate of return to a shareholder. So instead, we're going to look at how do we aggregate all of these behind the meter, energy storage facilities. How do we aggregate all this? How do we use this to help support our data centers so we don't have to put a lot of money into building something? Maybe we're going to end up building a natural gas plant, which would be maybe the worst option, right? Because it's producing more fossil fuels. So I think, and more greenhouse gases, I think you will see a lot of changes in the way the utilities hopefully are incentivized. And the good news is corporates want this. They want zero carbon energy.
See, this is why you talk to an expert. I've been really looking forward to this conversation. Catherine Hamilton, 38 North Solutions. Keep this in mind next time you hear about the SMRs. Catherine, thank you. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks pushing higher. This after a stronger than expected jobs report this morning highlighted the strength of the U.S. economy and boosted those soft landing hopes. S&P right now up 22, a gain of 0.4%. The Dow up 151, a gain of 0.4%. And NASDAQ is gaining 0.6%. The NASDAQ 100 index also up 0.6%. The outperformer, though, small cap shares, the Russell 2000 index up now by 1.3%. 10-year at 3.96. 0.6% with a 2-year, 3.90%. Spot gold down $4 the ounce, down by about 0.2%, 26.51. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.7%, 74.98, closing in on 75 on WTI. Again, the S&P right now up by 0.4%. Sources tell Bloomberg Spirit Airlines efforts to restructure its debt and avoid filing for bankruptcy have hit a snag after months of talks with bondholders failed to result in a deal. They say the struggling air carrier is seeking new financing from its creditors. Spirit has been seeking a financial lifeline ever since a federal judge back in January blocked its proposed sale to rival JetBlue on antitrust grounds. Shares of Spirit, which uses the ticker SAVE, S-A-V-E, down 26%. JetBlue, meanwhile, is surging 15.3%. ARK Investment CEO Kathy Wood will be joining Bloomberg Business Week today right after the closing bell to talk artificial intelligence and her latest investments into OpenAI. Catch the conversation with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic at 4 o'clock Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and Television. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you. Keeping us honest on the markets as we dig deeper into the world of politics here on the Friday edition of Balance of Power, with a political cycle that has been so ridiculous, it calls for a psychologist. And I'm not just trying to make jokes here. Is this campaign the death of truth? There's a question that a lot of people have been asking. We have fake news from Russian bots, misinformation from Iran getting onto our social media. AI bots are making videos that we can't tell are real or not. And then, of course, the candidates themselves saying things that, well, I wouldn't be up to me to call them lies, but maybe embellishments, maybe challenging the truth. Think about this whole conversation about Springfield, Ohio. They're eating cats and dogs and rounding up the geese. Until you talk to the people in Springfield, it turns out that's not happening. And I'm reaching for this one example. Don't worry, we'll get to both sides here. Remember J.D. Vance called out on this when he did a bunch of Sunday morning shows, in this case on CNN, when he talked about creating stories to make a point. Let's go back to listen.
Can you affirmatively say now that that is a rumor that has no basis with evidence?
Dana, the evidence is the first-hand account of my constituents who are telling me that this happened. And by the way, I've been trying to talk about the problems in Springfield for months, and the American media ignored it.
But it wasn't just a meme.
Create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do, Dana, because you guys are completely letting Kamala Harris coast.
If I have to create stories, it's been echoing ever since he said it. Daniel Efron specializes in the psychology behind the way we interpret these messages, because a lot of times, hey, let's be honest, voters like to be lied to. And other times, voters can justify, I won't call it a lie, but maybe an embellishment or a mistruth if it seems to codify something that they already believe. That's where Daniel's work comes in. He's professor of organizational behavior at the London Business School, social psychologist, and with us now live on Bloomberg. Daniel, I'm so happy that you could join us. I have a lot of questions about your work, and I know that you've done very specific research on this. You've been writing about it for years, as a matter of fact. But let me start with the big question. Is this campaign the death of truth?
First, thanks so much for having me on the program, Joe. You know, people are often concerned about, is everyone just believing all these falsehoods, misinformation, fake news? Why do people sometimes believe this stuff? Yeah, it's an interesting, important question. In my work, I look at something a little different, as you've alluded to. I'm interested in why people would tolerate falsehoods even when they know they're false. And the issue, as I see it, is not so much that people don't care about the truth anymore. It's that people are capable of thinking about the truth in different ways. We're all capable of this, regardless of what side of the aisle we're on. And the issue is that we define truth differently depending on who's telling the falsehoods.
Well, you've actually done some real research in this area, which is this. It's great that you're with us to talk about this. And I'm referring back to a piece you wrote in the New York Times in 2018, How Little Things Have Changed. And you write, wittingly or not, Mr. Trump's representatives have used a subtle psychological strategy to defend his falsehoods. They encourage people to reflect on how the falsehoods could have been true. And so Daniel sat down with more than 2,700 Americans and asked them throughout, by the way, from both sides of the political spectrum, to read a series of claims that they were told were false. They were false. What did you learn from these interviews, Daniel?
That's great. So yeah, I do experiments where I randomly assign people to read about falsehoods in different conditions. The experiment you're alluding to was inspired by Trump's inauguration in 2016. You remember Sean Spicer went on TV and claimed it was the largest inauguration ever in person or remotely, right? And then the next day, newspapers published side-by-side photographs showing that at the same time of day, Obama's inauguration a few years earlier had been bigger. Now, it was instructive to see how members of the Trump administration responded to this. At some point, they stopped defending the literal truth of that claim that the inauguration was the biggest, and they started saying or implying things like, well, the inauguration would have been bigger if the weather had been nicer, or it would have been bigger if security hadn't been so tight. Psychologists refer to these as counterfactuals, where you kind of mentally undo reality and you think about how things could have turned out differently. Now logically, these counterfactuals don't bring falsehoods any closer to the truth, but psychologically, they can make the falsehoods feel a little bit truthier, let's say. And we find in this and many other experiments that when you invite people to imagine that a falsehood could have been true if circumstances had been different, they think the falsehood is a little less unethical to tell. They're less inclined to want to punish the person who tells it. And this is particularly true if you like the person who's telling the falsehood, like if it's a politician that you support.
Isn't that right? Virtually everyone you talk to recognized the claims as being false, but as you just said and wrote quite well in the New York Times in this piece, a little imagination can apparently make a lie feel truthy enough to give the liar a bit of a pass. Now, we've got lies, and of course, the lying liars who tell them, forgive me, Daniel, but we also have sometimes embellishments, right? Politicians love telling stories. They've been around the world and back. And in the case of Tim Walz, this came to a head during the debate just a couple of nights ago here. And I'd love to bring you back to that moment. This, of course, is Kamala Harris's running mate, and he had claimed to be in Hong Kong at the time of Tiananmen. Turns out he was not, and he was called out on this during the debate. Here's how he handled it.
Just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests, went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Okay, awkward at best. But I wonder, Daniel, if you can dig into the psychology behind this. Politicians who want to embellish their record that might make a supporter feel better about them, maybe codify feelings that they already have. Is there some parallel here?
Sure. So in my recent studies, my colleagues and I find that when you support a political candidate, you start caring more about whether what they're saying speaks to a larger truth, is making a general point that you think is true, as opposed to caring about whether what they say is literally and precisely true. Another thing that Tim Walz has said is that he's been to China 30 times. His campaign later walked that back and said, it's something closer to 15. So I haven't studied this exact example in my lab, but the prediction I would make from our research is that if you're a Walz opponent, you would say, he said it was 30, but it's actually 15. That's a lie. That's very dishonest. That's wrong. And if you're a Walz supporter, you might say something like, look, is it 30? Is it 15? Is it 2? I mean, let's not get pedantic here. The point is he's been to China a bunch, and it's informed his policy. Yeah. And
this is fascinating.
It works on both sides of the aisle. An example that I have studied in my lab If you think back to Senator Katie Britt's response to Joe Biden's State of the Union address some months ago.
Oh, yeah.
She was criticizing Biden's immigration policies, and she told a very upsetting story about a woman she had met who had been sex trafficked, ostensibly by Mexican drug cartels. And Britt said, we wouldn't be okay with this. You remember this. She said, we wouldn't be okay with this happening in a third world country. This is the United States of America. Okay. So I had Democrat and Republican participants watch a video clip of Britt making these remarks. And then they were shown actual fact checks from Fox News, PolitiFact, other sources saying, well, it's true that Britt met someone who had been sex trafficked, but some of the details were wrong. This didn't happen at the border. It didn't happen because of Mexican drug cartels. Cartels were not involved. And it actually happened during the George W. Bush administration. So then I asked Democrats and Republicans, how dishonest are Britt's remarks and why? Okay? Democrats say it's very dishonest because she's making up facts. None of this stuff isn't true. Republicans say it's not so dishonest because, look, she may have chosen the wrong story, but this stuff happens all the time. The issue she's talking about is true. So again, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, if you support someone that's telling you falsehoods, you might not care so much if you think the falsehoods speak to a broader truth. And this is what I meant earlier when I said that it's not that people don't care about truth, it's that they may just define truth differently depending on who's lying to them.
The alternate facts. I've got less than a minute, Daniel. I don't mean to set you up to cut you off, but don't we love to be lied to? Voters love to be lied to. Is that not part of the story?
Well, again, I don't know that people are seeing all of these falsehoods as lies. That is,
but I want you to tell me what I want to hear. That's the point, Daniel. Make me happy.
Yeah, I think when voters want to hear falsehoods, they define dishonesty in different ways. And, whether it's reasonable to care about details or whether it's reasonable to care about the gist, the broader picture of what someone's saying, we're all capable about caring about both. The problem is we're just maybe a little hypocritical in how we apply those standards.
Love talking to you. Daniel Efron. I should do this in person sometime. He's the professor of organizational behavior at London Business School. Maybe I'll come over there and see you. Social psychologist. How about, James, let's get a resident psychologist for Balance of Power for the next 4 weeks. I need one today. I'll be on the couch in the meantime, and we'll assemble our panel next. Rick and Jeannie are with us on the Friday edition. This is Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green. Jobs Friday, a rally underway. 30-point gain right now on the S&P, 5730, up 0.5%. The Dow up 0.4%, advancing 179 points, while NASDAQ is up 152 points now, up by about 0.9%. Russell 2000 index of small cap shares surging 1.4%. 10-year 3.96% with a 2-year 3.90%. Spot gold is down now by 0.4%, 26.44 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil is advancing 1.7%, just about 75 a barrel, 74.96. Stocks remain modestly higher after a stronger than expected jobs report highlighted the strength of the economy and boosted hopes for a soft landing. Now, the other big question for investors, the November election and markets. Greg Bottle is head of U.S. equity and derivative strategy at BNP Paribas.
So simplistically, if you think in a red wave, you get tax cuts, it's going to be more market. It's going to be more market kind of positive, constructive. If you think a blue wave involves tax hikes, then it's probably going to weigh on the equity markets, which is why a divided government one way or the other probably has far less beta impact for the indices.
Bottle was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Television's Open Interest. Jeep parent Stellantis taking measures to conserve cash. That, according to the Wall Street Journal. Stellantis shares, they're advancing today by 2%. ARK Investment CEO Kathy Wood will be joining Bloomberg Business Week today, right after the closing bell, to talk AI and her latest investments into OpenAI. Catch the full conversation with Carol Masser and Tim Stanovic at 4 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and Television. Balance of Power continues, the Friday edition. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Yeah, you made it to Friday. Welcome to the threshold of the weekend. Thank you for spending part of it with us here on Bloomberg Radio. You can find us, of course, on the satellite radio and on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live, and you'll find our live stream right there. From Washington to New York every day, all the programming you hear on Bloomberg Radio. It's pretty cool stuff. Comes with a visual. We've got cameras in the studios, and it's just another way for you to listen to our programs and see what is happening. We'll reserve a seat for you, as we always say, inside the studio. I'm still recovering from that conversation with Daniel Efron. I think everybody is who listened to that. As we challenge the idea, or at least question, what is truth in this campaign, deluged daily by mistruths. And as we follow the candidates on the campaign trail, we're adding some bold faces to the roster. Did you see Kamala Harris with Liz Cheney last night? Wisconsin, the birthplace of the Republican Party. Liz Cheney says she's been a Republican since before Donald Trump started spray tanning. But we'll vote for a Republican in this campaign. You wonder if she brings anybody along with her who hasn't already decided. But what about the star power? Donald Trump's going to Butler tomorrow, Pennsylvania, the site of the first attempted assassination. And you know who's showing up is Elon Musk. Took care of this on X. He says, I'll be there in support. Does Donald Trump put him up there on the podium? He likes calling people up from the stage. But let's just tick through the celebrities here, okay? So Elon Musk and Butler, I don't know if you call him a celebrity, but Barack Obama's hitting the trail, a month worth of dates starting next week in Pittsburgh. And then, of course, we've got the musicians. Kamala Harris, not only now with Taylor Swift and Barbra Streisand, but she adds the boss to the list, Bruce Springsteen, with the full video endorsement sitting in the diner. We put all this together with our panel. Jeannie Shanzano is back today, Bloomberg Politics contributor, political science professor at Iona University, and Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital, Bloomberg Politics contributor as well. Jeannie, I don't know if any of these endorsements matter. I mean, Bruce Springsteen's no surprise, right? He's been endorsing Democrats along the way. I saw footage this morning reminded me he even did the dance with John Kerry on the campaign trail. I don't know if that does anything for you here, or Elon Musk for Donald Trump. Are we just singing to the choir on both sides?
Yeah, the boss, yeah, how can you help but love the boss? He's amazing. But what we do know is that celebrity endorsements, they can, drum up enthusiasm for a candidate, certainly. Whether they in fact drive votes is another story. Some of this is going to depend an awful lot on who they are micro-targeting. So she's, having a hard time with working class white men. The boss may drive up enthusiasm amongst those groups. But by and large, we haven't got a lot of data that shows celebrity endorsements matter. The one exception to that, by the way, was Oprah Winfrey in 2008, as I'm sure Rick can affirm. She did drive up votes for Barack Obama. But part of that was the fact that she was an independent and she had never endorsed before. And to your point, that's not quite the same with the boss. So I'm in New York. I can't say anything negative about the boss, but God bless him. I'm not sure this is going to drive up votes, but it can't hurt. So there's that.
Well, I suspect he will help her win the swing state of New Jersey, Rick. But I want to hear from you specifically about Liz Cheney. You've been working with and around the Cheneys for a bunch of years, and this was a first for her to be on that stage last night, knowing that she didn't agree with Kamala Harris on a single point other than beating Donald Trump when it comes to reproductive rights, the border, the economy. They're on opposite sides of the spectrum. So what does this endorsement mean?
Well, one, it's keeping the pressure on the negatives for Donald Trump. We've seen Donald Trump's positive creeping up over the course of the last month that nobody really expected after the Democratic convention or after the debate. So I think a lot of this is targeted on trying to suppress Trump's favorables. And so you attack him. The other thing is, it's the patina of moderation, right? If you've got a Democratic candidate who's really on the progressive left, like Kamala Harris is, and you surround her with enough Republicans, she doesn't look like a lefty anymore. She looks downright reasonable. And so there's a sort of spin-off effect, and that's particularly helpful with independent voters who might be looking at Kamala Harris for the very first time. And so I think it has dual purposes there. But there's a backlash. Progressives who do like Kamala Harris wonder why she's hanging around with those warmongers, the Cheneys. So you give a little, you take a little. It's like a breathing process in politics.
The patina of moderation. I don't know how he comes up with it, but Rick's got a great point here, Jeannie. This is one of the main criticisms that Republicans have against Kamala Harris by way of supporting Donald Trump. They say the economy was good and no new wars. This reinforces the forever war critique, does it not?
It has been a little bit of a debate on the Democratic side. You do have some lefties who are pushing back and say, whoa, we don't want to go with those warmongers, the Cheneys, up on that stage. Yeah. But the reality is, and you've heard this term over and over, there is a sense in the campaign that this will give permission to some of those Republicans who just can't see their way to vote for Donald Trump, given January 6th. And so putting Liz Cheney up there to say, I am one of you, it is not your fault, essentially, that you supported Donald Trump. You didn't know he was going to try to disrupt and steal the election, but I'm going to support Kamala Harris, and this is why. That said, we should also talk about the fact that most of the independent, undecided voters out there, January 6th is not their concern. Their concern is the economy. Their concern is inflation, cost of living, bread and butter issues. That's what they're interested in. So this doesn't work quite as well for those kinds of folks. And those are the people you need to appeal to, which is why when I look at the VP debate, and so far I think the only ad the Harris team has run from the debate is on J6. I think they should be running an ad on healthcare, which is of immediate concern to these undecided voters. They should be focusing on those things that matter. So, yes, it could help around the edges, but you need to go right after these bread and butter issues. And that's where the jobs report today. That's where the port strike. Those are the things that matter.
No, they're listening right now, Jeannie. Maybe you will see that ad. Rick, I'm fascinated by the Elon effect. And as we prepare for his, I don't know if it's going to be an appearance or if he's just in the crowd at the Butler rally with Donald Trump this weekend, there was a poll out just last month, just a week ago, from NBC News. Not a huge shock to see Democrats and Republicans feel very differently about Elon Musk. He's got favorables and unfavorables in this poll. Only 6% of Democrats say they had positive feelings about Musk. Nearly 80% were negative. Flip for Republicans, 62% have positive feelings toward him and 14% negatives. Independents, look at that. They're split. So this is a wash, right?
It's a wash in the sense that he's going to move Democrats to the Republican column or even be that influential with independents, although there may be some demographics within that poll that indicate that especially younger voters might be more interested in Elon's endorsement. But the bottom line is, you know, this shows credibility to Donald Trump, right? I mean, he's not this figure from the past. He's 78 years old, going on 100. And, you know, he's the kind of guy that needs a little of that sort of currency around him. And Elon Musk just exudes currency. Not only is he the richest guy in the world, but like tens of millions of people follow him on X. And he's sort of as close as we've got to, you know, a resident U.S. genius. So I think it adds a lot of, you know, like sort of a lot of energy around what is otherwise sort of the Trump slog to the finish line this year.
There was a time when Donald Trump was playing Born in the USA at his rallies. Nobody ever seems to listen to the lyrics of that song. Rick, if Kamala Harris is trying to win over white men, does Springsteen help?
You know, I think that it doesn't hurt. I've never been a big fan of celebrity endorsements, other than Taylor Swift. I'll put that right on the line. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It's not what voters are looking for. When you ask voters, I mean, are they influenced by this? They're really not. In fact, Hollywood and the music industry and all that kind of stuff. You know, it's not the value system of a typical U.S. voter. And so what you want to do is, you know, sort of connect to that value system. And I think just the idea of hanging around a bunch of never Trump Republicans isn't going to get you there. So I think she struggles with this identity issue with white males, where there's a massive gap in this election. And I think she's overly reliant on her running mate to fill that gap. So I think it's a good effort to try and get in that groove, but she's got a lot more to do if she's going to convince, you know, that voter group that she needs a second look.
Well, Rick just said a lot, Jeannie. Can Taylor Swift help make up the gap here with her efforts on vote.org? She's actually getting people to register who might not be voting otherwise.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, the problem for the Harris team, I mean, who wouldn't want Taylor Swift's endorsement? She's going to bring a lot of particularly young women, but Kamala Harris's problem is with young men, and that Taylor Swift won't necessarily bring them except for Rick Davis, I think, who's a well-known Swiftie. So she needs to focus on young men, and that's where the problem with the firefighters' refusal to endorse the campaign that came out yesterday is, I think, more problematic than we've heard a lot about. You know, they endorsed Joe Biden very early in the 2020 cycle, around April. They're staying out of it this year, and that speaks volumes. So, you know, she does have some work to do there. That said, she's doing incredibly well with women. The gender gap is very real, and it's consistent. And so they're going to have to try to do what they can to bring those young men forward. You know, there is also a flip side to celebrity endorsements, and Hillary Clinton can affirm this. When she had a lot of celebrity endorsements in 2016, it was actually counterproductive because voters told researchers afterwards, we found out, that it seemed elitist, and that's not what they wanted. So it's a very difficult line to walk, and I think, again, the firefighters union is what you want more than the celebrity endorsements.
Understood. Just a minute left here, Rick. The optics in Butler, Pennsylvania could be something tomorrow. I'm assuming the campaign wants to get us back to that feeling that people had, the unity feeling in Milwaukee, maybe see Donald Trump a bit differently. How do they do that?
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to see unity in Butler. That was certainly what came out of Butler. I'm not sure that's what's going into Butler this weekend. Especially with Musk on the podium with Trump. I think you're going to see a lot of red meat sloshed around. Remember now, Donald Trump is basically blaming the Democrats for the suicide or the assassination attempt. And so I don't think we're going to hear anything differently than that line. He'll use it to politically polarize the country.
And we'll let you know, of course, what he says and whether Elon Musk does get on that stage. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our signature panel. Glad to have them with us on this Friday, and they will return with more in our second hour as we welcome our global television audience to the conversation. Thanks for being with us on Balance of Power. This is Bloomberg.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
It's good to be the incumbent, at least today. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the September jobs report blows the doors off just as a major dock workers strike is suspended along the East Coast. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. We welcome you to the Friday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Kaylee, we may not be out of the woods on either front here. Bloomberg Economics already predicting a weak report for October. We still have the matter of automation to solve with the dock workers. But again, today, Kamala Harris seems to be smiling.
Yeah, at least two issues, or what could have been issues, do seem to be on the back burner for now. The dock workers won't be another problem, at least from a strike perspective, until January 15th. So we'll be on the cusp of someone being inaugurated by then. And of course, this jobs report blowing past every expectation, 254,000 payroll additions and a lower unemployment rate of 4.1%. Looks like the economy is hanging in there. The market is taking it as good news for now, although it's also pricing in potentially fewer Fed rate cuts.
That's right.
This year.
But if all you care about is November 5th, you might just have the glide path that you need. We'll deal with all of that stuff after the election or once it's settled. Kaylee, at the moment, it appears to be a good situation for both the administration and the campaign. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference. You notice, though, on the dock workers strike, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris issued separate statements, which should tell us a lot about where we are.
Yeah, they've been issuing a lot of separate statements lately. The vice president wanting to get her word in just as much as the president does as she tries to be the president herself. So we'll have more on the campaign trail, of course, this hour. But first, we have to check on how the markets are reacting to this blowout jobs data. Charlie Pellet, yields up. So are stocks.
Indeed. Right to the numbers here, Kaylee Lyons, on this Jobs Friday. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green right now. 30-point gain in the S&P, up by about 0.5%. The Dow up 184 now, an advance there of 0.4%. NASDAQ up 0.9%. You cannot overlook the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares today. It is surging by 1.4%. 10-year at 3.96% with a 2-year 3.90%. Gold retreating $11 the ounce to $26.45, down 0.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude above $75 now, $75.18, up by just about 2%. So stocks remain modestly higher after that stronger than expected jobs report highlighted the strength of the economy and boosted hopes for a soft landing. Sources tell Bloomberg Spirit Airlines' efforts to restructure its debt and avoid filing for bankruptcy have hit a snag after months of talks with bondholders failed to result in a deal. Spirit has been seeking a financial lifeline ever since a federal judge back in January blocked its proposed sale to rival JetBlue on antitrust grounds. Today, Spirit, which uses the ticker SAVE, SAVE, down 27%. Rival JetBlue up by 14.5%. So again, recapping, a lot of green on this Friday with the S&P up 29, now up by 0.5%. ARK Investment CEO Cathie Wood will be joining Bloomberg Business Week today right after the closing bell to talk artificial intelligence and her latest investments into OpenAI. Yes, catch the conversation with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic, 4 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and television. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet with a look at the Friday trade on the back of a really strong jobs report. Thank you so much. Happy Friday to everyone. What a week it has been. What a several weeks, honestly. And a lot seems to have changed in just the last couple of weeks because, of course, it was just about, 2.5 weeks ago that the Fed cut rates by 50 basis points out of concern about protecting the labor market, not wanting to see it deteriorate further. And then today, we get a picture of strength in the labor market. Maybe not in all sectors. Manufacturing is a weak spot, but a lower unemployment rate, a blowout on non-farm payrolls, and the market now saying, all right, maybe the Fed's not only not going to cut 50 basis points again in November, they're not even pricing a full 25 basis point cut.
Well, there's nothing manic about this, obviously, knowing that we had massive downward revisions on a series of reports throughout the summer. Bloomberg Economics is already saying that October number that's going to come right before the election, by the way, may not look very good. And there's a lot of noise in this report. So I'm curious what Catherine Edwards thinks about this. She's back with us at the table here in Washington, economic policy consultant and contributor to Bloomberg Opinion. Catherine, thank you. Are we ever going to get this right? How come we're so far off, for better or worse, every month?
Well, we just haven't been here before. I mean, how many times have we come down from historically high inflation without landing in a recession and get interest rates down, keep unemployment rate down? We're all in some ways in uncharted waters, and so it's not surprising to me. I mean, we were going over the forecast this morning. They ranged from 70,000 to 220, right. And the consensus was really just whatever was in the middle. I think there's a lot that people don't know of what the next 6 months looks like, and that's okay. I mean, the economy itself told us this morning that the labor market is strong. That's the most important takeaway.
Well, the last time you were here in the studio with us, it was right before that Fed rate decision when you were talking about a little bit of concern you had in the labor market and your hope that the Fed would recognize that and perhaps go 50, which of course they did. So riddle me this then, Catherine. Do you still have that same concern today? Is there something that's not in the headline data that you're paying attention to?
Yes. The biggest concern in the U.S. labor market right now is hiring. Hiring rates are at where they were kind of 9 months into the 2007-2008 recession. So we have seen job growth kind of stay low but positive, but we have not seen hiring pick up, which means that if you have a job, you might be safe in your job, but if you're looking for a job, it is a struggle. And that, for me, is what I'm waiting for to say that the labor market is truly out of danger when employers start to hire again, start to hire in good numbers. It's been falling for almost 2 years.
The instant analysis on our blog this morning from Enda Curran was, "This is a holy jobs Batman moment." What if you work in manufacturing, though, or in the auto sector? What does this market feel like?
Well, I mean, I think there's always good news for moving with the tailwind, right? It's harder for manufacturing to do well when the rest of the economy is doing poorly. It's easier for manufacturing to do well when the rest of the economy is doing well. And so although I would have liked manufacturing numbers to be higher this morning, I think that they have a lot more room to grow in a positive direction if they're catching up with the labor market as opposed to defying an overall trend.
Well, on the manufacturing point, that was something that is being pointed to today by the Trump campaign, which put out a statement. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have built back broke. This is a quote I'm reading here, losing 34,000 manufacturing jobs in just the past 2 months as foreign countries benefit from Harris's weak economic policies and Harris's open border policies have destroyed 825,000 jobs for native-born Americans, while 1.2 million foreign-born workers gained employment. Catherine, I don't know if you have a reaction to that specific statement, but immigration is a factor here, right?
Yeah, well, let's piece through what could be factually correct there. Vice presidents
please.
don't have economic policies or much economic power to speak of, so I don't particularly like that characterization. Presidents have even muted powers on their own, but that's an election year that we don't think that. We do not count the number of jobs by the nativity of the person holding it. When we count the number of jobs, we count the employer's industrial sector. That is how we count jobs. It comes off of the survey of employers. When we count people through the household survey, we can look at the composition of nativity. What that number, which I've seen making the rounds on so many different platforms, is saying that, basically the number of non-native workers in our economy is growing relative to the number of native workers declining, but they're looking at the 16 and older population. So all they've told you is that lots of people are retiring and that the age composition of the U.S. workforce is changing in hand with the immigration composition of the U.S. workforce. And I don't think that they're using that statistic accidentally. And that's what makes me quite upset about it, is I think that they know what they're doing, and they know what they're counting, and they know what's driving it, and they're just trying to get people out there to hate immigrants. And I don't think that you can have 1 in 5 American workers were not born here and somehow divide the labor market of the good ones and the bad ones of the people who were born here and who weren't.
What happens to the job market if we close the border?
Well, in general, workers are good and fewer workers are bad. I think that's a good policy to think of in terms of the labor market. The economy is growing, which means the need for a workforce is growing. And if we have not produced enough Americans or have high enough labor force participation among Americans, then we always as a country have looked to immigration to fill that hole. Immigrants work at higher participation rates than native-born Americans. They have very good earnings trajectories, and they've always been a part of our economy. To turn away from what has typically made us very strong and resilient in the past is, it's not just a bad choice. It's obviously a hateful choice because it's not driven by what's good for the economy, but what makes people upset.
Catherine, we just have about a minute left here, but obviously, as we consider the rhetoric in this campaign, it brings to mind Election Day is 2 days out from the next Fed decision. We might not know who wins by the time the Fed has to make a call. If you had to make the call today with this data in hand, knowing the uncertainty that could be there, do you think they go 25, 50, not at all?
I think that I would expect Powell to do what he has done so far, which is to stay the course. They telegraphed how much rate reduction they expected over the course of the year, and to change course dramatically on the heels of an election would be so much more political than I would consider him to be capable of. They made a plan that was priced into the labor market, priced into business decisions, and to suddenly change course halfway through and say, actually, we're not going to drop 1.5 points. We're going to stop right now because we're scared. I think that they don't like surprising people, and it's not a good time to surprise people.
All right, Catherine Edwards, Bloomberg opinion contributor and economist, thank you so much for being here with us on this Jobs Day. As we consider how this does have political implications, it's worth noting that this stronger print comes at a time where polling is suggesting Kamala Harris is doing better on the economy. In fact, a new American University poll that polled women specifically has just come out that finds 46% trust Harris on the economy relative to 38% for Trump. To address inflation, the numbers are 51% for Harris, 37% for Trump. So for more on how this factors into the political scheme here and what kind of policies each of these candidates could pursue, we bring in Kevin Brady, former U.S. Congressman for Texas and now spokesman for the Alliance for Competitive Taxation. He, of course, used to chair the House Ways and Means Committee as well. Congressman, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. It's good to have you. We do want to get into tax policy, but if we could just consider the economic landscape we find ourselves in now and how this is playing in this cycle, is the economy no longer a winning argument for Donald Trump and Republicans who are trying to use that as some of their greatest leverage against Democrats?
Yeah, it is. It is still, Kaylee, good to see, and Joe, you as well. So, yeah, it is still a very strong argument for President Trump and Republicans as a whole. Look, you know, the 40-year high in inflation has not gone away. People are reminded this almost daily. I think it's difficult for the vice president to take credit for a very good jobs report this month, but then not take blame for the inflation, crime, the border crisis, everything else that is in a very unpopular administration. So politically, it's hard to do those gymnastics. I think many Americans are eager to see that Trump economy return, mainly because they saw wages in the first 3 years after tax reform grow faster in those 3 years than since we began recording that data. New job opportunities, very low poverty, income inequality beginning to shrink. So I still think the president has a strong lead there, but he's got to make the case of what he'll do going forward.
Sounds to me, Congressman, that while the markets may be celebrating all of this, nobody's talking about the R word after this report today, that you might still be worried about a hard landing and whether we see a recession next year. Where's your head on that?
Yeah, so, you know, when you get a report like this, you know, you are encouraged that perhaps the Fed can manage a soft landing, which I thought seemed very difficult to do a year ago or more. Thought it was almost inevitable. I still think with inflation, you know, still it's lower, but it is still very real. And I've noticed that in the last two economic stretches where we had very high inflation, it took the U.S. 6 and 8 years, respectively, to really work themselves out of it, in part because, you know, the Fed needed to make really those consistent decisions to pour water on that inflation fire. So this is one of those things you just can't take for granted. It will go down. And look, I look at the numbers on this port strike and what the unions are getting, 10% pay raises per year, plus perhaps blocking productivity and innovation that helps lower costs. I worry about these agreements either costing jobs or being a factor for future inflation.
Well, so all of that is going to weigh on the minds of monetary policymakers, I'm sure, Congressman. There's also the question of what fiscal policy is going to look like, and tax policy is a component we want to talk to you about here. As I mentioned, the polling and how Harris is doing on the economy. In our most recent swing state poll with Morning Consult, it found that across the battleground, she had an 11-point advantage on who likely voters trust to help the middle class. She, of course, has argued that what she wants to do with tax policy would create more tax breaks for the middle class and charge the wealthy and big business their fair share. How do you now, sir, given your role with the Alliance for Competitive Taxation, make the case that what Trump is proposing would indeed be good for the middle class?
Yeah, so I will tell you this. I think with President Trump focused on extending the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that was proven to be remarkably strong in paycheck growth, in job growth, certainly in growth of the U.S. economy, in our competitiveness overseas. You know, if Vice President Harris raised the corporate rate to 28%, we will fall to second worst among our foreign competitors, certainly at a huge disadvantage to China. And more importantly, back home here, you know, a new report by the Alliance for Competitive Taxation shows that if she's able to raise the corporate rate back up to 28%, that Americans on average will lose over $600 in wages. In some of the swing states like Ohio and Pennsylvania, you will see lost wages total of between $2.5 and $3 billion, major increases for working families. So I still think President Trump has a stronger economic plan, and he's got to make sure he's clear about, is he using tariffs for leverage to gain fair trade practices, or is he going to go across the board, which I'm growing each day a little more skeptical about.
Congressman, how nuanced is this debate going to be? You know, a couple of months ago, we were talking about simply extending what everyone has come to call the Trump-era tax cuts. But since then, any number of exceptions have been put forth by the former president. No taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, no taxes on Social Security. He even wants to restore SALT. And I wonder, having been actually in charge of the Ways and Means Committee when all of this stuff took place, Congressman, if that changes the debate, now that you're making all of these exceptions, what does that mean for the final product? Does SALT need to be paid for? Does tips and overtime need to be paid for?
Yeah, I will tell you, I think both campaigns are writing checks that I'm not sure Congress can cash, whether it's new spending on, or Vice President Harris for child tax credit for housing, for extending the very generous Affordable Care Act, premium subsidies or SALT, or as you mentioned with President Trump with tips, overtime, Social Security, and SALT. These are huge ticket items on top of simply extending the current very pro-growth tax code. That too is about a $4 trillion cost as well. So Congress is not going to have the space, fiscal space or political space, to do all of that. And so I think it makes the policy debate, even more intense in Congress next year. I still think at the end of the day, in a divided government, both parties are going to have to find a way for it. I think it starts with the middle class tax cuts in a big way, the small business tax cuts, and items like the child tax credit, where both support at least keeping the current level. But at the end of the day, both parties are going to have to find their way through the promises and huge expenses to get this sort of back into the right place.
He knows about this. He used to chair the Ways and Means Committee in the House. Former Congressman Kevin Brady. Great to see you, sir. Houston looking nice today with the climate of Calcutta. Not a cloud in the sky. Come see us when you're back here in the nation's capital. We'd love to see you, Congressman. And Kayleigh, that really gets to the heart of what we're talking about here when it comes to debt and deficits.
Absolutely. And we'll continue those conversations right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks higher across the board. We've got yields rising as well. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all very much in the green. S&P up 33 right now, up by about 0.6%. The Dow up 226, up 0.5%. NASDAQ up 0.9%, while the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares is up by 1.4%. Jobs Friday, hotter than expected. 10-year yield 3.96% with the 2-year 3.90%. Gold retreating, little change, down 0.3%. 26.47 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude now 75.47 a barrel. Crude surging today by 2.4%. Rivian Automotive shares are tumbling after the automaker cut its annual production target, citing a worsening supply crunch at its lone U.S. assembly plant. Rivian down 4.7%, rival Tesla up by 3.3%. ARK Investment CEO Cathie Wood will be joining Bloomberg Business Week today, right after the closing bell, to talk artificial intelligence and her latest investments into OpenAI. Catch the conversation with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec at 4 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and Television. Recapping, S&P up 34, up 0.6%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet with a look at the markets as we close out the trading week here. Thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington. And just across the river in Northern Virginia, I was getting a lot of reports this week of lines at Costco, empty
we're not
shelves,
doing this.
no paper goods,
Paper goods.
water bottles being loaded up onto carts. I was getting photos of this
So it's
from
not just the
members of
toilet
my
paper.
family. It's not just the toilet paper, paper towels, water bottles. Apparently, this was a concern
Yeah.
because there was a strike that was affecting every port along the East Coast and the Gulf Coast as well. Tens of thousands of workers walking off the job with the potential to snarl supply chains. Got a lot of people freaked out given the experience everyone had just a few years ago during the height of the pandemic. None to worry, though, at least until January 15th, because there is a wage agreement, Joe. They're
There's
going
nothing
back
to worry
work
about
today.
to begin with. 90%
Well-
of the toilet paper's made here. I heard that from Tyler Kendall.
Okay.
Still.
Sorry,
I had to digress.
The longshoremen have
Yeah.
reached an agreement with the Maritime Alliance for a 61.5% raise over the course of the next 6 years, less than they were looking for originally, but of course also above the offer that the Alliance had made right before the workers went on strike.
Yeah, that's a monster pay hike for the highest rate, certainly. But the question about automation remains, right? Workers want to have language that guarantees no automation. You might have heard Kevin Brady refer to that, actually. Banning innovation, I think, is how he put it. So this remains controversial. It's going to be maybe even a tougher component to hammer out here. But it's smooth sailing until November 5th. And that's the point in this conversation, isn't it?
Yeah, by the time this is once again a concern in mid-January, we'll be just a few days out from the next president being inaugurated. The question is, how does this potentially impact or not who that next president is likely to be?
See what the panel thinks. They're back with us for the Friday edition. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors. She is, of course, political science professor, Iona University. Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital. Thanks to both of you for being here. Jeannie, I'll start with you as our Democrat. This is being framed as a big win for Kamala Harris, the benefits of incumbency, no strike, at least for now. But we've got a lot of things going on here as well, including rising oil prices based on what's happening in the Middle East. Would it be smart for Kamala Harris to celebrate this today?
First of all, you guys are making me very nervous. I feel like I too must run to Costco, and then you reminded me the strike is over. So I really can't go back to that. Coupled with the jobs report, what happened with the strike is very, very good news for the Kamala Harris's campaign, and of course for the U.S. economy. More importantly, that said, I would not go out and celebrate that as we look at the voters that she needs to appeal to, the undecided voters. These are people who are deeply concerned about being able to put food on their table, gas in their cars. These are people concerned about inflation. So as much as there is good news, I think the message from Harris has got to be, we continue to understand and feel the pain you have felt for a long time now. Things are getting better. And by the way, the poll numbers suggest that. And we are still working hard on your behalf. So no celebrations quite yet. She's got to wait for something like that.
Well, especially, Rick, when you consider one of the things Jeannie just mentioned, that people are worried about being able to fill their car with gas. Pump prices potentially could be on their way higher if oil futures are to be believed, which of course have spiked this week given the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. Is that actually the worst headache of them all for Kamala Harris and the administration that she's affiliated with?
Yeah, it just depends upon how much. I mean, there have been moderate increases and decreases all year long. This has not really been a year where the economy has been framed on gas prices. Frankly, I think families are more concerned about what an egg costs than a gallon of gas. But the reality is that any bad news in the economy is a notch against this current administration, and obviously that flows down to Kamala Harris. So what she wants is more news like today. Great jobs report, low unemployment. She wants to see those interest rates coming down. I mean, the macroeconomic drivers that families will experience between now and Election Day will be influential at the end of the day with how they vote. But the mood is still pretty sour. So they see a tick up in a couple of cents on their gas price, and they might start thinking about what it was like a couple of years ago. And that would be bad news for the Kamala Harris campaign.
Well, I wonder what we think is good news here, Rick. Yes, the jobs report, I get that. But in terms of the dock workers strike, the administration's fingerprints are all over this. The chief of staff, Jeff Zients, was on the phone yesterday morning at 5:30 in the morning with the shippers. Julie Su, the acting labor secretary, actually went up to New Jersey to try to close the deal. Does that rub off on Kamala Harris in this situation, or did we simply dodge a bullet that most of the country didn't even know about?
Yeah, I don't see how this administration thinks being the most pro-union presidency is somehow inuring benefit to them, especially with white working class voters outside of cities. I mean, those folks are going for Trump. And so the more they talk about this, we've just gotten them a huge increase in, their pay. Most of these places are not where they are located are not competitive. They're East Coast, West Coast sites where a lot of these dock workers are plying their trade. And so they're not going to affect themselves, the election. But the message is kind of in reverse to Republicans. Hey, we're doing this for union members and you're on your own. We didn't do a thing for you to try and increase your pay. And so I think it has a chance of backfiring on them. I don't think it's helped them to date. The more they talk about union jobs, the less they're talking about, middle America and what they're doing. And I think it's counterintuitive to think that is somehow helping them amongst working class voters.
Well, I've certainly seen a lot of, as Rick raised the price of eggs earlier, advertisements here in the D.C. area about prices being higher, and the voice that is vocalizing a lot of that is the Democratic candidate for Senate in Maryland, Angela Alsobrooks. We, of course, in this area have been inundated by commercials from Larry Hogan, her opponent, and from Alsobrooks herself. We got it, it's constant, and I don't think that will change in the next 4.5 weeks. But, Jeannie, we did get news in the Alsobrooks race today. Former President Barack Obama endorsing her. I don't think this is a surprise to anyone, but he noted in the ad, control of the Senate could come down to Maryland, so vote for Angela Alsobrooks. As we consider the control of the Senate and how that race could be influential, as are the others that we're watching, how are you feeling now, given everything we just talked about the trajectory of the economy, things that may be working a bit more in favor of a Democratic administration? What does that mean for other Democratic incumbents down the ballot?
Yeah, and of course, we feel the pain when we are inundated with these commercials of all the people in the swing states who have been inundated with campaign ads after campaign ads. I think Barack Obama's endorsement of Alsobrooks was not unexpected. They are hoping that it drums up enthusiasm for her and get out the vote. She's in a tough race. Larry Hogan remains a particularly powerful voice in Maryland and a particularly attractive candidate. But of course, Democrats are deeply concerned that they may lose Montana. And so Alsobrooks would be very important in that case. They are also spending big, as you've talked a lot about, in Texas to try to see if they can push that even further towards the Democrats. That still is an uphill battle, but the numbers look a little better there. And they're also spending in Florida. So they feel like they've got the money to do that. This is critically important because whoever takes the House, we're talking about the Senate, but the House in particular is really up for grabs this time. And if Donald Trump wins and he is facing a Democratic-led House under Hakeem Jeffries, it is going to be very hard for him to do what he wants to do on everything from taxes to immigration. And likewise, Kamala Harris, if Republicans retain it. So these down ballot races are critical. And of course, for those in particular, we've been watching New York and California. We don't get a lot of attention usually in New York and California on the national stage because blue states. But in the case of the House, these races down ballot matter an awful lot this time around.
I just wonder when the ads start to cancel each other out here. Rick, you live around the Capitol, and picking up on what Kaylee just mentioned, you know, you sit down with Mrs. Davis to watch the Wheel of Fortune at night, you're going to see in every commercial break an ad from also Brooks, and then immediately following an opposition ad, an Oppo ad from Larry Hogan. It gets to the point where it's just noise for people who want to get back to their TV program. Is it a turnoff? Does it work?
You know, I think it does impact. I'm a firm believer in broadcast advertising still. Obviously, that doesn't even account for all the digital advertising we're inundated with for those of us who get a lot of our news on the web. And so, yeah, well, first of all, you don't want to go naked, right? So the only thing worse than that is if your opponent is running an enormous amount of advertising and you're not up. So part of it is prescriptive in that regard. But the bottom line is, voters do glean information from that. There's not that much reporting on these kinds of like Senate and House races, as Jeannie mentioned. And so you got to get it sometimes from the advertising. And this is where creative advertising really matters. I mean, some of these ads are actually pretty good. And you go, oh, gee, that was interesting. But I'd say the vast majority I've seen, at least in this area, put me to sleep. So every now and then I get to go to New York and I get to see all these little Loda ads and stuff like that. And I think, oh, these are much better than when I get at home.
Well, in New York, Jeannie, I do want to mention the reporting we got yesterday in regard to one congressman who is in one of these areas that could make or break the majority. Mike Lawler, the incumbent Republican, in photos from college in blackface when he was dressing up as Michael Jackson. Just given the competitive nature of New York and his district in particular, what does that do?
You know, he was 20 years old. I am not sure that this is going to make a huge difference. It is, of course, negative press for Mike Lawler. We know him well up here in the Hudson Valley. He also, by the way, has expressed interest in potentially running for governor, and he's been a very attractive candidate for Republicans. Mondaire Jones, likewise, who is opposing him. I am not sure how it will play. I don't think it's going to play big. He's not the only Republican in New York who's, you know, facing ethics challenges. We've also got D'Esposito, and because we don't want to leave the Democrats aside, of course, Eric Adams in New York City. So, you know, as usual, New York has to be the home of ethically challenged polls. And here we have it in this race, almost up and down the ballot, unfortunately, and bipartisan, I should add.
That's a very fair point. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, our signature political panel. Thank you so much for joining us here on the early edition of Balance of Power. And of course, Rick and Jeannie will be back with us in the late edition at 5 p.m. as we continue to wrap the week in politics and in the markets, which are moving on today's strong jobs report. We'll have more ahead on Bloomberg TV and radio.
9:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks remain higher after this morning's jobs data underlined the resilience of the U.S. economy and boosted soft landing hopes. S&P 500 index right now up 25, back at 57.25, a gain of 0.4%. Dow Industrials up 154, up 0.4%. Nasdaq up 125, up 0.7%, while the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares is gaining by just about 1.2%. To be sure, we're off session highs, but still a gain of 0.4% on the S&P. 10-year at 3.96%, with a 2-year 3.90%. Gold slumping $8 the ounce to $26.47, down 0.3%, while West Texas Intermediate crude is up 2.1%, $75.24 for a barrel of WTI. Facebook parent Meta Platforms has debuted a new AI tool that can generate or edit videos based on a simple text prompt, elevating competition with rivals like OpenAI and Google in the race to develop the world's most advanced AI technology. Again, recapping U.S. stocks, they're higher. S&P right now up 27 points, up by about 0.5%. ARK Investment CEO Kathy Wood will be joining Bloomberg Business Week today right after the closing bell to talk AI and her latest investments into OpenAI. Catch the conversation with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic at 4 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and Television. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington now. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. As we always keep tabs on the markets for you here as we talk politics in Washington. It's the Friday edition of Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew, indeed, alongside Kaylee Lyons here in the nation's capital, with our eyes, of course, on Israel. There are so many questions about what might happen over this weekend as Israel calculates a potential and expected, promised, frankly, a response to Iran. But Kaylee, it's not just Iran we're talking about. Israel continues airstrikes now in southern Lebanon. In fact, they are urging civilians in more than 20 towns and villages across the border to evacuate. Yeah. We talked about cross-border incursions, limited groups of troops, but the airstrikes are really what's been doing the damage.
Yeah, and we've gotten reporting from the New York Times and a number of other media outlets about the strikes specifically that we saw overnight, targeting the potential successor of Hassan Nasrallah, of course, the assassinated leader of Hezbollah, as well as other figures. At the same time, though, as we're still seeing this activity in southern Lebanon, outside of Beirut, Iran's foreign minister visiting Beirut and saying, we will back a ceasefire. The question is whether Israel is going to get on board with that after it resoundingly rejected the ceasefire proposal put forward by the U.S. and other allies just last week.
Yeah, and of course, we talk about the idea of a ceasefire in Gaza. He wants to see these basically take place at once, and I cannot imagine that's something that Benjamin Netanyahu is looking for.
Yeah, well, so that's what we want to get into now as we turn to the voice of Michael O'Hanlon. He is Brookings Institution Senior Fellow and Director of Research in the Foreign Policy Program. Welcome to Balance of Power, Michael. Great to have you here on Bloomberg TV and radio. What is your expectation as to what happens next here? Knowing Joe Biden yesterday admitted that it is up for discussion that Israel hit Iran energy infrastructure. Now Iran seems to be the one signaling that they would like to see de-escalation here. Is that de-escalation likely to happen?
Greetings. Not very likely, although you could imagine off-ramps, but it probably would take a different personality than Benjamin Netanyahu, given where he is in his thinking and where this whole war is as we near the one-year anniversary of the terrible tragedy of last October 7th. It's pretty clear Israel will respond about, as you just said. I think the most minimal kind of response you could envision would be a beefed-up version of what Israel did back in April, when Iran launched 300-plus missiles and drones at Israel. Again, like this time, almost all were intercepted. And Israel sent back some limited strikes against air defense capabilities around the Iranian nuclear enrichment facility, partly as a message to Iran to say, you know, we could have hit the enrichment facilities if we had wanted to, and maybe we will next time. So I still think there's a chance that Israel will go after the underground facilities. It would require some of the same kind of successive bomb jackhammering that we saw kill Nasrallah in Lebanon, because Israel doesn't have a weapon powerful enough to just get down to those facilities in one fell swoop. But there's a good chance that Israel could take out the Iranian air defense network and then go ahead and do that. It's a long flight for any of the aircraft involved, but I wouldn't rule that out. But it's more likely, as again you said a few minutes ago, that Israel will do something that's big but different than that, and probably targeting oil and energy and money, the Iranian regime's ability to keep itself afloat, especially at a time when sanctions evasion has become more rampant and Iran's earning more money than we really wanted them to under the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. Of course, the U.S. hasn't really even responded or returned to that framework, but it's still there with other countries. And Israel could say, listen, if sanctions won't work, how about bombs? We can do the same sort of thing. But then that invites a response by Iran to shut down the Strait of Hormuz to shipping in general, and or at least to complicate shipping through the Persian Gulf. And so I think Israel would actually be wise to look for an off-ramp, but I don't think they will.
Why then, Michael, use brute force in the form of bunker busting bombs or whatever would get the Israeli military down to that level underground where the nuclear facilities are? Why not use a cyber attack, as we saw with Stuxnet? That is something that Iran might not even acknowledge publicly.
Well, if you could do it, sure. But as you'll recall, Stuxnet was based partly on good luck. I think somebody left a thumb drive in a parking lot, and that allowed us to, or took a thumb drive maybe that we had deposited in a parking lot and put it into a machine, and then Stuxnet was unleashed, and then the whole world found out because it spread further than intended. But it also only took down their centrifuges for a few months. And you could say, well, maybe that's good enough, except that Iran is now so close to a nuclear weapon that I think slowing them down for a few months in something they could probably recover from after that would not be seen as ample. And moreover, I doubt very much Israel has the access to those machines that we managed to, by trick and by guile, find our way to, according to public reports, a dozen years ago. So I don't think we have a Stuxnet option. I don't think Israel does either.
Well, of course, Joe and I have had a lot of conversations in recent days as we've considered this question around Iran's nuclear facilities of whether that would mean they rush to actually make a weapon, not just develop the components of that, what the consequence could be that Iran does in response to that. There's also the question, Michael, and that's especially relevant to our audience here at Bloomberg, about the Strait of Hormuz and whether Iran could be, if attacked severely enough, on the cusp of making a decision to choke off the export of energy from the Gulf. We've certainly seen oil prices with their biggest weekly spike since October of 2022 this week, potentially out of concern for that. Do you think that is actually a warranted concern?
Yes, I think it's certainly one that has double-digit probabilities associated with it. Whether it's 10%, 20, or 50, I don't know. But I think there is a decided chance that Israel will attack Iran's oil economy, and that Iran will respond not by attacking Israel again, which it's proven itself relatively incapable of doing, at least with this missile approach, but instead by trying to hurt the whole world economy and hurt the United States in the process. Now, they might, Benjamin Netanyahu probably would like to see Donald Trump elected. I'm not sure the Iranian leadership wants that. And so to throw the world economy into a tizzy a few weeks before a U.S. election, you have to think through the effects on American politics if you're in Iran's shoes. But I think there's a decided chance that, yes, they would, in fact, take that approach. Would it be permanent? No. The Saudis could build more pipelines over their territory and go by land. We could go in and try to clear out whatever Iran was doing in the Persian Gulf by way of laying mines and using fast attack boats against ships and whatever else. I don't know that we would succeed perfectly, but, we've escorted ships in the Persian Gulf before. So you could imagine ways to recover from this, but it would probably take a few weeks. Or maybe longer, and even after that point, you might have a state of low-grade ongoing hostilities with some chance of oil tankers still being hit, even once we've reopened things. So I think Iran might very well consider that approach. It works against their interests as well. So part of it depends on how hard Israel strikes them. If Israel really shuts down the Iranian oil economy, then Iran has no reason to tolerate the rest of the world using the Strait of Hormuz. But if Israel takes out 5%, leaving 95% still effectively as hostage, then maybe Iran doesn't go that route and maybe does continue with the call for a ceasefire.
Spending time with Michael O'Haley from Brookings, I was really struck by a piece of reporting in the Washington Post I wanted to ask you about here, Michael, that maybe we haven't fully understood the amount of damage that Iran brought to Israel in this most recent attack. Turns out, based on videos that have been verified by the Post. At least 24 long-range Iranian ballistic missiles broke through Israeli and allied air defenses on Tuesday night, striking or landing near at least 3 military and intelligence installations. Did Iran do a better job than they were first given credit for?
That's an excellent question. And you're right that the Post has done good reporting and that the Israelis have understandably been quiet about this. They don't want Iran to think that they've been successful. Clearly, if there was enough damage done, there'd be no doubting it because all sorts of commercial satellites would have shown the damage by now. And so I have to suspect that the damage was not that severe. But you're right, there's a big difference between a dozen getting through and 0. And back in April, by all reports, basically 0 got through. It does seem that very few people were hurt, regardless of whether some buildings were damaged. But you're right to raise that distinct possibility. And we really don't have firm understanding of whether the intercept probability was 90%, 95%, 99%. It's still an open question.
Michael, there is a new big take piece out on the Bloomberg terminal that can be found on the terminal or online. And the headline reads as follows: widening Mideast conflict shows limit of U.S. leverage with Israel. The essential thesis of the piece here, Michael, is that the U.S. can only do so much to actually influence the outcomes and what the Israeli government does. Is the U.S. desire to see things ease in the region anything that they're frankly telling the Netanyahu government consequential at this point, or does it not matter?
It's an excellent question. I don't know if the United States has had major leverage in any crisis over Israel since 1956, the Suez crisis. It's the last one where I can really feel or say that the United States essentially carried the day. Maybe in the 73 Middle East war, but Israel wanted our help in a sense, at least initially. And then we put pressure on them to agree to a ceasefire sooner than they wanted, but we still had their back. And their overall goals were not fundamentally different from what they achieved. And so in that regard, I think it's been a half century, at least, maybe longer, since we've really been able to coerce Israel into a plan of action that we preferred. And the last time it was really even tried by the United States, except through browbeating and persuasion, was the first Bush administration suspending loan guarantees when the Israelis continued with occupation development, with housing development in the occupied territories, especially in the West Bank. And so it's been 30 plus years since anybody really even tried to use more than just nice words to persuade Israel to do something that we wanted them to do. I can go through other cases. George W. Bush shut down Iraqi airspace, according to public accounts, when the Israelis wanted to think about bombing Iran back in 2004, 5, 6, when we controlled Iraqi airspace. And at that time, we told them no, and they had to take that for an answer because we were essentially the occupying power formally in that zone. And we don't have control over Iraqi airspace anymore. My whole point, you can see, is that I don't know how often we have been able to tell Israel what to do as a sovereign nation, and we usually haven't even tried that hard. I do think we should try harder. I would withhold some of the 2,000-pound bombs they've been using in Gaza, for example. But for the most part, this is not news. This is not something that just happened with Biden and Netanyahu.
Michael, Rosh Hashanah ends tonight. What does that mean for this weekend?
Well, one more reason why your earlier prediction that something might be brewing is probably correct. And I wouldn't be surprised at all that this would happen sooner rather than later. But Israel also can take its time, and I would rate the odds of something happening in the next week as more than 50-50, but maybe not 90-10.
All right, Michael O'Hanlon, great to have you on this Friday. He, of course, is Brookings Institution Senior Fellow and Director of Research in the Foreign Policy Program. Really appreciate it. And, of course, Joe, on a day in which we're talking about potentially an economic victory for Kamala Harris in this administration in the form of a stronger jobs report. Sure. We do also have to consider inflationary pressures that could reignite as we talk about this conflict in the Middle East and oil prices that are now $7 a barrel higher on this Friday than they were when this week started.
Up another 2% today. West Texas above $75 a barrel. What does that mean for gas prices at the end of October if this hasn't been resolved yet? That's a question they're asking inside the Harris campaign.
Oh, absolutely. Of course, it'll be a while for it to actually transmit to prices at the pump. question around the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. There's no way that it goes down well politically, at least on the Republican side of the aisle, if they start tapping into that once again to get
Also might not
pump
make a real
prices
difference.
down, right? Well, fair enough.
We'll have a lot more on this, or I should say you will, coming up 5 o'clock, the late edition of Balance of Power. Not before Bloomberg Business Week. We're headed back to New York now for Tim and Carol. Have a great weekend, Kaylee.
You too. This is Bloomberg TV and radio.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And a happy Friday, everyone. Very good afternoon. We are live on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week for this Friday, October 4th. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenevec. And yeah,
wow,
everything is awesome again.
I guess.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Maybe.
254,000, Carol.
Yeah.
Nobody got it right.
No. So soft landing, a sure thing. No landing. Wasn't it Larry Fink of BlackRock that kind of was saying maybe we don't even get a landing?
Where is the plane?
Where is the plane?
I don't even know where the plane is. Look, we're going to continue to digest today's upbeat surprise when it comes to the U.S. labor front. And of course, the impact on Fed expectations. What's Jay Powell thinking right now ahead of November and the data that they get between now and then?
Yeah, we're going to get into that. We're also going to assess the latest headlines out of Israel and Iran amid that escalating conflict in the Middle East.
Plus, as you know, U.S. East and Gulf Coast dock workers have put down their picket signs. That news coming in late yesterday. We're going to take a look at what they have in common with Hollywood screenwriters.
There is a connection.
Yeah, labor has having a moment.
And we kind of buried the lead because later in our 4 o'clock hour, we're going to check in with ARK Invest Kathy Wood, talk OpenAI, talk Tesla, talk macro. That's later on, but we're going to kind of tease forward to that.
I was going to say all that and more over the next hour.
Sorry, I stopped really quickly.
We have a few of those things this hour, then tune in at 4 o'clock for that Kathy Wood interview. First up, though, check on today's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie.
All right,
It's
thank you very
Friday.
much. It is Friday. What a week, but we always say that on Fridays. We got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. You guys teasing ahead to the Kathy Wood interview. The ARK Innovation ETF up now by 2%. This on a day when stocks are pushing higher. Jobs Friday, S&P right now up 23. That is a gain of 0.4%. Dow Industrials up 136, gain now of 0.3%. NASDAQ up 125, a gain of 0.7%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares outperforming. That index up right now by 1.1%. The 10-year 3.96%. The 2-year 3.90%. Gold down $5 the ounce. Little change, $26.50 right now, lower by 0.2%. Crude oil, though, very different story, surging now by 2.4%. Back with a 75 handle on WTI, 75.47 right now. Crude rallies as Israel carried out bombing risks in the suburbs of Beirut alongside ground attacks in southern Lebanon. All of this as Iran said it will support a conditional ceasefire in the conflicts involving its allied groups Hezbollah and Hamas. Again, recapping, we've got the S&P 500 index up by about 0.4%. And again, ARK Investment CEO Kathy Wood will be joining Bloomberg Business Week today right after the closing bell to talk AI and her latest investments into OpenAI. You can catch this conversation with Carol Master, Tim Stanovic, 4 o'clock Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and Television. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
We are indeed looking forward to that one. All right, let's get to the jobs report this morning. Traders slashing their bets on the pace of future Federal Reserve interest rate cuts after that September U.S. employment data blew past estimates and signaled a robust hiring trend. U.S. job growth, folks, last month topping all estimates. The unemployment rate unexpectedly declined and wage growth accelerated, reducing the odds, as we said, that the Fed will opt for another big interest rate cut in November. Talk about another reset.
The Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago President Austin Goolsbee praised the strong September jobs report. He warned, though, of putting too much stock in one month's data. He spoke earlier with Bloomberg's Michael McKee.
This jobs number today and the whole report is a superb report. You really couldn't ask realistically for a better report. I still think as a central bank, you don't want to react too much to 1 month's report.
That, of course, is Chicago Fed Bank President, Austin Goolsbee. Let's get more on that U.S. jobs report and the U.S. rates trade, because we certainly have seen some moves. With us is Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy Correspondent Michael McKee, along with Bloomberg News rates reporter Michael McKenzie, both here in studio. Mike, you like baseball? Holy cow.
Which Mike? Which Mike?
Mike McKee.
Do you like baseball too, Michael McKenzie?
I do, actually.
Okay.
Oh,
All right, there you go. No, I was asking, the phrase that went through my head this morning as soon as the number came up was the old Phil Rizzuto phrase, holy cow, with his accent in his head, because this was such a surprise to everybody. The 154,000...
I know, holy cow.
The holy cow number we got this morning was just kind of unbelievable. And so... with 254,000 jobs created and 72,000 additional jobs found in the revisions, nobody had that on
What
their,
are we missing? What did economists miss?
We don't know.
Huh.
It's really hard to pull something out of this because the household numbers were really strong too. 430,000 jobs created in the household survey.
Yeah.
And a lot of jobs in the household survey, 281,000 was the number of unemployed that went away. They didn't have more unemployed. They had fewer unemployed.
Yeah.
So just about everything you looked at in this report was better than the last time. I mean, it sums up, some down, but was better. The 3 decimal unemployment rate, we went to 4.1, but if you go out to 3 decimals, it was 4.051. So basically, 0.06% you would have had a 4% round. So that would have been even more gobsmacking than what we got.
Austin Goolsbee, when you spoke to Michael McKee, he said you don't want to put too much stock in 1 month's data. Michael McKenzie, come on in here, because it does seem like rates traders are sort of tearing up their bets that we're going to see some big cuts in the next few months as a result of this report.
Well, we've been here before. So we had a big rally end of last year into early this year, and then we got some resiliency in the economy, upside inflation. Of course, we get inflation coming next week. And we'd had a great 5-month run here in Treasuries over the summer, which matched the best run we'd seen since, I think, 2010. So the market was due for some consolidation, but this is definitely a shock because, you know, as Mike's explained, it was strong across the board.
Yeah.
Upward revisions for past months, so you can't cling to that and say, oh, maybe this number's a bit too over the skis here. Unemployment rate dropping, but wages picking up. And wages are picking up at a time when no one expected that in the bond market. You've got CPI coming next week, but I think also, look at oil prices. We're up like $7 in the last week or so. China's announced a massive stimulus, and that's helping put a floor now under commodity prices more broadly, and sort of, you know, downplaying concerns about China exporting deflation across the global economy from here. So the bond market's going to have to reprice and kind of now have to say, look, the Fed told us that they were really focused on labor. Now we have to start, if labor's doing all right, now you've got to keep an eye on the inflation side of the dual mandate. And that's not looking so hot here, too, because there's stuff coming along, these shocks. So
there's only 2 things to keep track of, Carol. I don't understand why it's so tough.
Well,
Just 2 things on the
Two
plate.
things at this moment. Who knows by Monday?
just inflation and the labor market.
That's it.
Well, Austin Goolsbee did say to you that there are risks that inflation might undershoot the central bank's 2% target. I mean, I'm a little confused because I also thought in the last Fed meeting that Jay Powell still said we're still above their inflation target. So
Well, they're above their inflation target, but the way the trend is going, if you extrapolate out, 3-month annualized month-over-month change is 1.3%. So, I mean, nobody thinks that's going to continue at that rate, but if it did, then the Fed's got a problem on the other side. Mike's right, we've got to watch these other indicators. September, probably too early to see an inflation thing. As people say, inflation causes wages, not wages cause inflation. And in this case, the fact that wages are up is probably a reflection of a tighter labor market and the composition of the wage gains, although they were fairly good across the board. So it may not show up yet,
right?
But it's something that the Fed does have to keep an eye on.
Well, Michael McKenzie, as you did in your report today on the Bloomberg terminal, you did say it's a pattern we've seen before. So some weak data could ratchet up again bets on more Fed easing this year. So when you look at the 10-year, we got so close to 4%, right? We didn't pierce it today. So are we thinking that though we could go above 4% again?
Yes.
Okay.
I think there is. People will stay in the front end because the Fed is still going to be easing.
We're so tight.
Yeah, and therefore we've sort of aligned better more with the dot plot, which is what the Fed's outlook, they told us last month, at last month's meeting. They want to do 2 more cuts this year. And if you look at rate cuts all the way through to next March, the bond market is now pricing less than 4.25 cuts. So the bond market's in line, so for the near term. And so there will continue to be volatility around the rate cut bet type outlook.
Hang on a second, because one of the things we've talked about for the economy was that dock workers strike. As we know, that strike, they're going to continue negotiations, but they stopped striking. We do want to take you to the White House. President Biden making some comments on just this.
And it would crowd out private investment. We proved them wrong. We vaccinated the nation and got immediate economic relief to people in need. When I came to office determined to end trickle-down economics and grow the economy from the middle out and the bottom up. I know you're tired of hearing me say that over and over again, but that was the policy, that it remains the policy. Because when you do that, everyone does well. When the middle class grows, the nation's stronger. And the nation's stronger when there's a strong union movement as well. We were told it wouldn't work, but I was also determined to do what was ignored for much too long. Presidents have been authorized since the 30s to be able to spend the money given by Congress to spend the money on hiring American workers and using American product where they were available. And that's what we did. We were told that was going to be a big problem. But all the money I was authorized to spend by the Congress has gone to to hiring American workers and using American products. We were told it wasn't going to be. We were told that was going to be a big problem, but it's working. We're also told that our historic laws to invest in America and all Americans would crowd out private sector investment. Well, that was proven wrong too. We've attracted nearly $1 trillion since we've come to office in private sector investment from domestic and foreign companies investing in America. In America. Not this stuff of shipping jobs overseas for cheaper labor and bringing back a product to America. We're building it here and sending it overseas. And look at the results. Across the board, unemployment is down 4.1%. And every month that Vice President Harris and I have been in office, we've created jobs every single month. The nation has now created 16 million jobs since I've come to office, more jobs created in a single presidential term than any time in American history. Our GDP shows our economy grew at 10% under my administration. Unemployment reached the lowest level in 50 years. We're also told inflation couldn't come down without massive job losses or sending the economy into economic recession. Once again, outside experts were wrong. Inflation has come down. Wages have gone up faster than prices. Interest rates are down. Record 19 million new business applications have been filed for. The stock market continues to reach new heights. We've got more work to do, though. Keep getting prices down, like more affordable housing, extending what I've done for seniors, and lowering prescription drug costs by letting Medicare negotiate the prices, make sure that's available to everyone. And by the way, what we've done so far, just when we brought down the prices for seniors under Medicare, it saved the taxpayers billions of dollars. Billions of dollars. Saved the taxpayers billions of dollars. That's important to note, because they don't have to pay the exorbitant and irrational prices that these companies are charging. The simple fact is we've gone from economy in crisis to literally having the strongest economy in the world. And but we've got more work to do. We've got more work to do to deal with the things I've just mentioned, and we're going to have to deal with unforeseen cost of what this hurricane is going to cost. It's going to cost a lot of money. And I'm going to probably have to ask the Congress before we leave for more money to deal with some of those problems. But that remains to be seen. I'll take a few questions before I turn it over to you. Pick up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Josh.
Thanks again for doing this, Mr. President. 2 questions. The first, Florida Senator Marco Rubio described today's jobs report as having fake numbers. What do you make of that, and how worried are you that many Americans are hearing that the jobs numbers aren't real?
Look, I'm going to be very careful here. If you notice, anything the MAGA Republicans don't like, they call fake. Anything. The job numbers are what the job numbers are. They're real. They're sincere. They're what we are. And by the way, just look at how the EU talks about us, how they like to have an economy like ours. Just talk about the rest of the world looks at us and what we're doing. So I don't want to get going.
And then secondly, could you clarify some of your comments yesterday with regard to strikes on Iranian oil facilities? What did you mean by them, given some of the reactions we're seeing in the market?
Well, look, the Israelis have not concluded what they're going to do in terms of a strike. That's under discussion. I think if I were in their shoes, I'd be thinking about other alternatives than striking oil fields.
Thank you, Kareem. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for being here. This week, Senator Chris Murphy said it's certainly a possibility that the Israeli government is not going to sign any diplomatic agreement prior to the election, which is what you have been calling for so long. potentially to try to influence the result. Do you agree? Do you have any worries that Netanyahu may be trying to influence the election and that's why he has not agreed to a diplomatic solution?
No administration has helped Israel more than I have. None. And I think Bibi should remember that. And whether he's trying to influence the election or not, I don't know, but I'm not counting on that.
You've said many times recently that you want to speak to him, that you plan
No,
to.
I didn't say plan to. I didn't say want to.
You don't want to?
No, I didn't say that. You're making it sound like I'm seeking and then speaking. I'm assuming when they make the judgment how they're going to respond, we will then have a discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for being here. What are you advising the Israelis to do in terms of their retaliation to Iran? And at this point, you still haven't spoken to Netanyahu. Is it fair to say that you have little personal influence over what he decides to do?
No. Look, our teams are in contact 12 hours a day. They're constantly in contact. I've already had my presidential daily brief. We've already had interface between our military, the diplomats. It's in constant contact. They are trying to figure out. It's the high holidays as well. They're not going to make a decision immediately, and so we're going to wait to see when they want to talk.
But over the past few months, they've consistently defied your administration's own advice. So do you believe that the Israelis are going to listen to the advice you're giving them?
What I know is the plan that I put together received the support of the UN Security Council, the vast majority of our allies around the world, as a way to bring this to an end. Look, the Israelis have every right to respond to the vicious attacks on them, not just from the Iranians, but from everyone from Hezbollah to Houthis. Anyway, and but the fact is that they have to be very much more careful about dealing with civilian casualties.
So how should they respond? You expressed concerns about attacks on Iranian oil facilities. How should they respond?
That's between me and them.
All right, we got to move on. Go ahead, Tam.
The election is a month away. One, I'd like to know how you're feeling about how this election is going. And then also, do you have confidence that it will be a free and fair election and that it will be peaceful?
Two separate questions.
Very much.
I'm confident it'll be free and fair. I don't know whether it'll be peaceful. The things that Trump has said and the things that he said last time out when he didn't like the outcome of the election were very dangerous. If you notice, I noticed that the vice presidential Republican candidate did not say he'd accept the outcome of the election. They haven't even accepted the outcome of the last election. So I'm concerned about what they're going to do.
Are you making any preparations, getting security briefings related to domestic security?
I always get those briefings.
All right, we got to move on. Go ahead, Keila, and then we have to do a couple more. Hi, Mr. President. When are you considering imposing sanctions on Iran, and would you include oil in those sanctions?
That's under consideration right now, the whole thing. I'm not going to discuss that out loud.
And just on your comments yesterday on the port strike, you said, by the grace of God, it's going to hold. Is there any reason you think that this
Well, there's more to
temporary
do.
suspension?
A month from now, there's more to do in terms of everything from the whole notion of mechanization of the ports and the like. There's more to resolve.
Good, Daniel.
Thanks, Green. Thank you, Mr. President. Last night you said that there's still a lot to do to avoid an all-out war in the Middle East. I mean, firstly, aren't we pretty close to that definition already? And secondly, what can you really do to stop that happening?
There's a lot we are doing. The main thing we can do is try to rally the rest of the world and our allies into participating like the French are in Lebanon and other places to tamp this down. And but when you have proxies as irrational as Hezbollah and the Houthis, and it's a hard thing to determine.
Got to lose.
I gotta go.
I know. He's telling me.
I said I'd take a couple questions.
All right, you're the last.
I think she's increasing her credibility.
You have to take
take some more. Toulouse, you're going to be the last one.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for spending some time here with us. There have obviously been a number of crises that the country has been facing over the past several days with the hurricane, with the port strike, with the situation in the Middle East. Can you talk about how your vice president, who is running for the presidency, has worked on these crises and what role she has played over the past several days?
Well, I'm in constant contact with her. She's aware we're singing from the same song sheet. She helped pass all the laws that are being employed now. She was a major player in everything we've done, including passage of legislation which we were told we could never pass. And so she's been, and her staff is interlocked with mine in terms of all the things we're doing.
Mr. President, did you ever think about this? Totally up to you, sir. All right, go ahead. Yeah, Nandita, sir, no, sir. I didn't call on you, sir. Nandita. Thank you. Nandita, go, Nandita.
Mr. President.
Pope Francis calling for a day of prayer and fasting.
Prayer and fasting this Monday, October 7th. Your reaction, sir?
I will prayer and fast.
Is that acceptable to you in terms of Israel's response? How long are you okay with Israel bombing Lebanon? What is acceptable to you?
All right, guys, that's it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, everybody, a spirited crowd, if you will, in the press room there at the White House. Of course, President Biden there making some comments regarding the dock workers' strike, which, as we know, has come to an end, although negotiations continuing, that contract extended into January. But then taking some questions, including, Tim, safe to say, a lot on the Middle East.
Yeah, a lot on the Middle East. Also, some questions about how he's feeling about this election, whether he's confident it'll be a free and fair election. He said he is confident it'll be free and fair. He said, I don't know whether it will be peaceful, citing what Trump has said and what he said last time, post-2020 election.
Yeah, and something really certainly of import to the Bloomberg audience, because we've seen oil certainly move up this week. When asked about what Israel might do in terms of oil sanctions, he said, I think that they should, Israel, that is, think of doing something different rather than oil strikes. So, but also discussing when it comes to sanctions.
I just want to point out one thing. We're with Michael McKee, International Economics and Policy Correspondent, and Michael McKenzie, covers rates here at Bloomberg. One thing that was surprised to me, Michael McKee, very briefly, was somebody asked about the jobs numbers and referenced a tweet from Senator Marco Rubio, who said that these numbers were, quote, fake. And I did a double take and asked you what was going on, because I was just shocked to hear a member of Congress sending a tweet out like that.
I would quote Will Rogers, I think, or misquote him in saying that we're shocked that politics is going on up on Capitol Hill. Senator Rubio knows that what he wrote is wrong. This is the kind of thing that comes up all the time. Okay. You go back to, you remember when Jack Welch, the late Jack Welch, was arguing that the numbers were fake because they weren't what he wanted to see. And the government statistical agencies are all independent. The people have been there through Republican and Democratic administrations, and they are just doing their best job to get the best numbers that they can. And anyone who argues that the numbers are faked is either a fool or lying. So.
And nobody within the economic community really takes much merit.
No, and after you mentioned, I looked up the Rubio quote. There are a lot of replies from economists who are rather upset at Senator Rubio.
Well, it's safe to say, Michael McKenzie, that when it looks, in terms of what, interest rate traders, what they're looking at, they trust this data. They obviously trade off of it. We saw it today.
There's been a big reaction in the bond market, and when the 2-year note yield rises 20 basis points in a day, that tells you that the market, this is a genuine shock. The market can't spin anything out of this that could kind of stop the losses. And it's a bond market that's piled into bonds and is now having to kind of recalibrate their thinking about the Fed trajectory of rate cuts. From
Very quickly, 20 seconds, your next focal point that you think we should all keep an eye on.
CPI next Thursday, with perhaps the meeting minutes released on Wednesday also being some fodder for traders to look at.
Same thing for you.
Yeah, same thing. We'll see what the Fed officials were talking about at their meeting, what they thought was going to happen, and then we'll get a CPI report, and that'll give us something to trade on, if nothing else.
Yeah, that'll happen. No doubt about it. Hey, guys, thank you so much. And thanks for sticking around as we listen to those comments from President Biden out of the White House. Michael McKee, international economics and policy correspondent here at Bloomberg News, and our Bloomberg News rates reporter, Michael McKenzie, both here in studio.
Hey, let's get on over to Charlie Pellet for a check on today's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
All right, thank you very much, Tim and Carol. Just over 90 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ holding on to gains. Let's begin, though, with the 10-year, 3.97% right now. Jobs Friday, we got the 2-year, 3.91%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green. S&P up 27. Again right now, 0.5%. The Dow up 166 now. We're off session highs up 0.4%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 140, up 0.8%. The outperformer, the Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares, up now by 1.2%. Gold now down $10 the ounce, down 0.4%, 26.45. Crude oil advancing by 1% right now, 74.43. President Biden making remarks about crude and the Middle East. Moments ago, you heard it live on Bloomberg television and radio. The president saying Israel should look at alternatives to oil field strikes and says Iran oil sanctions are under consideration. ARK Investment CEO Kathy Wood will be joining Bloomberg Business Week today, right after the closing bell, to talk about artificial intelligence and her latest investments into OpenAI. Catch the conversation with Carol Massar, Tim Stenovic, 4 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and Television. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. And since we're talking workers and we're talking unions, we mentioned the dock workers. Of course, President Biden making some comments. There is a headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal that the Boeing workers and its union, or Boeing, the company, and its union, representing its workers, will meet October 7th to continue their mediated talks. So we continue to see certainly some activity among unions around the country. All right, let's talk a little bit more about the monthly jobs report, which we know showed more hiring. We just talked about it with Michael McKenzie. Michael McKee showed more hiring and less firing. Job growth topping all estimates that we surveyed here at Bloomberg. And the unemployment rate, Tim, unexpectedly declining. And we saw, of course, wage growth accelerated. As Mike said, holy cow, because it was just like every metric was a positive one.
Yeah, nobody got that right. For more color on the employment picture, let's head on over to Amy Glazer. She's Senior Vice President at the Global Recruiter at Adecco. She joins us from Florida this afternoon. A really strong report, and I'm wondering, Amy, if this is what you expected. Pretty much no economists who were surveyed by Bloomberg actually expected this. But I'm wondering, given the data that you have, what you see day in and day out from your customers, was this a surprise to you?
Well, I think we spoke about this last month as well. This is a reflection of the September surge. Every time this time of year, we see seasonal hiring gets ready, hospitality, leisure picks up, the healthcare industry remains white hot. So frankly, I wasn't surprised. I think it's the September surge. We should see positivity again in October and November, and for the rest of the year, the market remains resilient.
All right, so having said that, I am curious in terms of digging down into your data. You guys see an awful lot. How much of it is part-time? How much of it is full-time?
We see a mix and combination of both. You know, one of the interesting nuances right now is that the worker really does want flexibility and part-time work. So the numbers, whether it's part-time or full-time, are really a reflection of what the job seeker is looking for, more so even than what the company is putting out there. So we see a mix. We see continued increase in part-time work, flexible work schedules, hybrid remote schedules. Flexibility is key right now.
Amy, are employers in the driver's seat or employees in the driver's seat?
I think it's a mix of both, and it depends on industry and it depends on geography. We are starting to see a little bit of a shift. It had been such a candidate-driven market for the last 4 years, and we are starting to see that really actually become more of a balance. Again, depending on if you're a travel nurse, you're still in the jobs hot seat there. So it really depends by industry.
Wait, so, okay. So in terms of, is there any trends you can tell us about, like, it's tech that's hiring, it's healthcare that's hiring, or what types of jobs are really in demand right now?
Yeah, absolutely. Healthcare is hiring. It will continue to. We see home healthcare being a big need. I mean, we talk about the peak 65 phenomenon. More people retiring every day in the U.S. than in history, and we're going to continue to see needs in the healthcare industry. Hospitality and leisure have picked up, starting within the next couple weeks, we're going to see a big, huge uptick in transportation, warehousing, customer services, as folks really get ready for that holiday hiring time of year.
Right.
So just all over the board.
We just talked to Amazon actually about their hiring needs. We did that, I think it was yesterday, right? Yeah, in terms of pretty much on par with what they did last year.
250,000 temporary workers.
Yeah,
on the more
ready.
than 1 million workers they have already.
Right.
I'm wondering, Amy, where you're seeing weakness here. Where specifically are you seeing weakness? And I'm not talking sector-wise. I want to know geographically where you're seeing weakness.
Well, right now with the devastation in the southeast because of Hurricane Helene, we're going to have a difficult road over the next couple of months.
Is that already showing up in your data?
It is. It is.
How so?
We're seeing, obviously, manufacturing has been impacted. We've got some supply chain issues going on. Even the average, worker, we have folks still trapped, unable to even get to work if their facility is open. And I think it's going to be a lasting, months before we see a full recovery in some of those locations.
I do want to get to what you said. I don't know that we call it the aging of the workforce. Folks kind of getting to their point where they're retiring, leaving the workforce. It's something you guys have been focusing on, specifically how employers are navigating up to 5 generations of talent in the workforce. But talk to us about the older folks who are leaving, because for a while I felt like we were talking about, because of a shortage of workers, some older workers staying in longer, needing to stay in longer, wanting to stay in longer, or employers needed to them. Tell us about that and what impact that will have longer term on some of the trends when it comes to employment.
So our data right now is showing that about 1 in every 6 retirees is actively seeking to return to the workforce, whether it be for a sense of purpose or community or a fellowship with others. There's a strong appetite for them to return and have that true sense of purpose. Now, oftentimes it's in a part-time capacity, and we're seeing manufacturing take the best use of it and really helping upskill and reskill that new generation. It's a trend we're going to continue to see, and although we'll see more retire this year, I think we'll see a resurgence in the years to come as they have a little break and a vacation and then come back and re-enter the workforce part-time.
Amy, you mentioned sense of purpose, you mentioned sense of community. One thing you didn't mention was them going back to work as a result of necessity and needing to, because they can't actually survive in retirement on what they saved and what the government provides. Is that an issue too?
It's one of the many factors as well. I mean, inflation caused more to return, so we'll continue to see that, and whether they want additional spending money or to supplement in areas where they may simply not have enough, it will continue to be a factor.
I mean, you guys are massive. You're global. You see so much. Anything in the data, because what's interesting is, and I heard a really important conversation this morning on surveillance with Claudia Sahm, who obviously watches the labor market to get an idea in terms of, I guess, recessionary indications, but saying that, well, the job market looks really strong. It's 1 month of data, very strong. Not everybody is feeling that strength. Not everybody is employed. Not everybody feels like they're in a job that is certainly paying all their bills. So I just wonder what you guys see more broadly. Does it say that it's a healthy economy globally, healthy economy in the U.S.? The numbers say one thing, but I am curious if you see some things kind of behind the data points.
Certainly not an economist, but I do see the labor market right now is strong. It is resilient. There are job opportunities. It may just be a mismatch, though. There's still more than one job for every job seeker available out there, but do their skills, do their location, do their wants and needs actually match? So I think it is a strong market. We just may still have a balancing issue between the talent and those hiring.
So what skills would you suggest at this point?
So employers are really focused on soft skills and things that can't be taught. So communication, flexibility, the ability to work in a team, the ability to work autonomously or take direction. I think it's really those soft skills that are going to set folks apart. And if you're looking for a job right now, is the time. There's more digital online learning than ever in history. So take the opportunity, get those badges, watch the online courses, and try and strengthen those hard skills, but really focus on the soft skills.
All right, gonna leave it on that note. Hey, Amy, take care. Have a good week. And Amy Glazer, Senior VP of Adecco, joining us from Florida. We do want to mention headlines crossing the Bloomberg. U.S. Central Command, part of the Defense Department here in the United States, forces. So U.S. Central Command forces conducted strikes on 15 Houthi targets in Iranian-backed Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen today at about 5 p.m. That is local time. These targets included Houthi offensive military capabilities. These actions were taken to protect the freedom of, forgive me, I'm like, this is being cut off here in terms of the tweet. But it looks like, yeah, it's being cut off. But nonetheless, certainly some more actions in the Middle East.
I will add, related to that, President Biden did say that the Israeli government should be considering other options instead of striking Iranian oil facilities. He said that in a rare press conference just moments ago. Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week, we're going to get an update on what is happening in the Middle East. That's next.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. 1 hour, 20 minutes to go until we wrap up this trading week. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all pushing higher. Jobs Friday, small cap shares, the outperformers. Right to the numbers, S&P up 28, gain now of 0.5%. Dow Industrials up 178, gain of 0.4%. And NASDAQ up 140, a gain of 0.8%. Russell 2000 index of small cap shares pushing higher, up by 1.2%. Your 10-year now at 3.96% with a 2-year that's yielding 3.91%. Gold down $9 the ounce, 26.46, drop of 0.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.9%, 74.35 for a barrel of WTI. Facebook parent Meta Platforms has debuted a new AI tool that can generate or edit videos based on a simple text prompt, elevating competition with rivals like OpenAI and Google in the race to develop the world's most advanced AI technology. ARK Investment CEO Kathy Wood will be joining Bloomberg Business Week today, right after the closing bell, to talk artificial intelligence and her latest investments into OpenAI. Catch the conversation with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec at 4 o'clock Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and Television. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much for that. Well, we just mentioned a headline that crossed the Bloomberg, and it's actually out on X, Twitter. U.S. Central Command forces conducted strikes on 15 Houthi targets in Iranian-backed Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen today. That was about 5 p.m. Sana'a time, so local time. These targets include Houthi offensive military capabilities. These actions were taken to protect freedom of navigation and make international waters safer and more secure for U.S. coalition and merchant vessels. Again, this is coming from the U.S. CENTCOM, Central Command, putting this out on X.
Also hearing from President Biden just in the last hour or so, or just the last half hour, excuse me, who says that the Israeli government should be considering other options instead of striking Iranian oil facilities. To Israel, though, where they carried out huge bombing raids in the suburbs of Beirut alongside ground attacks in southern Lebanon, while Iran said it would support a conditional ceasefire in the conflicts involving its allied groups Hezbollah and Hamas. Back with us, someone we lean on quite a bit, Bobby Ghosh. He's senior editor at Bloomberg News. He's reported on and from many regions in the Middle East. Bobby, I want to go back to what Carol said. Why is the U.S. conducting strikes in Yemen right now?
Well, the statement is very interesting. It does not use the I word. There's no mention of Israel. The Houthis have been targeting international shipping on the Red Sea, and the explanation that CENTCOM is giving is that that's why they're striking at the Houthis. It's nothing to do with Israel. But that is, of course, not how it will be interpreted across the region, because the Houthis have also been firing off missiles in the direction of Israel. They fired off a couple just a day or two ago. And a lot of people will put those two things together and assume that the United States is getting involved in this conflict on Israel's behalf. So the messaging is going to be very important, and how that message is interpreted is going to be very important.
What's your view on someone who has watched this region, very knowledgeable about the region, understands kind of the nuances, Bobby? Is the U.S. getting more involved? Is the U.S., increasingly further supporting Israel in this? How do you see it?
Well, the U.S. can't afford not to get involved. Israel is a very, very close ally, one of the closest the U.S. has in the whole world, and the Biden administration has, for months and months and months, been sending Israel more and more arms, but not just that, also strategically stationing American military forces around the region to protect Israel. An air conditioner, an aircraft carrier fleet, a nuclear missile fleet, more warplanes have been sent to the region, and it's been made very clear that all of this is being done in order to protect Israel from Iran primarily, but also from Iran's proxies, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. So the U.S. is involved, and as we've said over and over again on this program, protecting Israel is one of the very, very few things that in this country, in the U.S., is a completely bipartisan consensus. People on both sides of the aisle completely agree on this, that the United States has to go the extra mile for Israel. And that's what we're seeing taking place. And I think that's also fairly clear to everybody in the region. It should be abundantly clear to Iran and its proxies that if it takes on Israel, then it's also taking on the United States. Whether the United States wants to get involved actively in offensive operations against Israel, well, that doesn't seem likely.
Against Iran.
That does not seem likely.
Yeah.
But defensive actions to protect Israel, there's no ambiguity there. This thing with the Houthis is in the gray area between the two things. The U.S. is messaging it, nothing to do with Israel, but I don't think that is the full truth.
At what point would you say that the U.S. has shifted in the sense of becoming more offensive rather than defensive? Would it be certain arms and munitions? Would it be boots on the ground in a certain place? What would be the tipping point in your view?
Well, I don't think boots on the ground are very likely, certainly not at this stage of the conflict. If the U.S. is flying missions to support Israeli attacks on whether it's Hezbollah or the Houthis or Iran itself, that would be the turning point. We're not there yet. And certainly the administration has been careful to say over and over again that we're only here to help Israel defensively. The bar is set very high. And frankly, at this point, Israel isn't really asking for the U.S. to get involved in offensive operations. Israel seems perfectly capable of conducting those operations entirely by themselves. They get arms and ammunition from the U.S. That will continue. We assume they get a certain amount of intelligence cooperation from the U.S., although, again, that's something that the Israelis seem perfectly capable of doing themselves. So as long as the U.S. has their back, I think that's going to be sufficient for the Israelis.
So we know Israel has stepped up their efforts to eliminate all threats from Iran-backed Hezbollah. And they've made it very clear, kind of what they say is their end game. But I feel like when it comes to the Middle East terrorist groups, even when they are weakened, don't they just regroup and re-rise? And so how do we ever see an end to this?
Well, that's a very astute point. And Hezbollah in particular is not like ISIS or Al-Qaeda. It's deeply embedded in Lebanese society, particularly in the southern part of Lebanon where the Lebanese Shia population lives. This is not the kind of group that you can sort of take out the top leadership and the higher echelon, although that does weaken the group. It does not automatically lead to the group sort of crumbling and dying out. It also has enormous support from Iran, has always had. It is Iran's key ally. So I think it's certain that Hezbollah will reform and find new leadership. The risk is that, as we've seen in the past, that when you take out one group of leaders, the next group oftentimes tends to be more radical, more violent, more committed to the cause than the previous group. And that's the risk here. So as the Israeli ground operation in Lebanon continues, we're basically getting into the kind of territory that the United States should be very familiar in its conflicts with Afghanistan, in its conflicts in Iraq. You go in with very specific plans, limited operations, very targeted operations. But once the tanks cross the border, once there are boots on the ground, the calculations can change. And Israel has twice had that experience against Hezbollah in Lebanon. This time, I have no reason to think that it would be different.
Bobby, just 30 seconds left. We're coming off of Rosh Hashanah and also headed to the one-year anniversary of the attack in Israel last year. We're still waiting to see if Israel really will retaliate against Iran for the missiles fired earlier this week. What should we be expecting? What are you looking at?
I think there will be an attack. I think Israel can't afford not to attack.
So that, nothing crazy there. We had no reason to expect that would change. But they also gave us a little bit of color into 2025, which might be of interest.
Carol, I've gotten a couple of emails over the last couple of weeks from banks.
Oh, I thought you said you had a couple of emails of people saying, tell Master it's not woohoo.
Your savings rate is going down, or your yield that you're getting on your savings is going down ever so slightly.
Ever so slightly. I mean, so are we expecting upbeat numbers in general, a little bit tapered back a little
Depends
bit?
on where you look.
Okay.
So if we're sticking
They're not
with
all apples to apples, right?
Well, I mean, if we just stick with JP Morgan, I think their lending business we will I think start to see a little bit of a slowdown there. That'll be more pronounced for a company like Wells Fargo, which is even more exposed to the loan business. But for JP Morgan also and Wells Fargo to some extent, we kind of forget sometimes they have an investment bank, they have a trading business unit at Wells Fargo. Expected to do quite well there. Capital markets have been strong for the quarter, so that is one thing to keep an eye on as well. If we're looking for positives in the reports, it would probably be coming out of the sales and trading and some of the underwriting businesses for both.
There's a great chart on the Bloomberg. Is this your story? Yeah, you're part of this story. But it's really great in terms of that net interest income gains. I mean, it really is pretty stark in terms of how they really have diminished over the last few quarters.
Definitely slowing down. Exactly like your deposits are going down, but that's going to take longer than the interest rates that they're getting on their loans to slow down, right? That business is just quicker, the turnover is quicker, so the deposits are going to be locked in at those rates that people had.
Not just banks, which do give us a view of the consumer because they got a great window into what we're spending money on, how much money we're spending, and also how much money we're bringing in. We're going to get a view on the consumer thanks to some other companies as well. Delta Airlines, PepsiCo, I think Airbnb is out next week as well. How are you watching those companies?
Well, Delta, I just heard this the other day that apparently travel is like the third largest industry of all the industries. So it's the second or third. It's like many trillions of dollars, and I thought that was fascinating. So it's like, we think it's just Delta is just an airline, maybe just a travel insight, but that's actually has big reverberations
They're like a
around
credit
the
card company now too.
Exactly, right? There's a lot of insight that you can gain from this. And we heard kind of late in last quarter some of the travel agencies.
Don't you ever fly and before you even get off, they're like, anybody want that Delta card? Like, I've got a
Or
thing for
during,
you.
yeah,
Exactly.
before, during, and after.
Sign up before you leave.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
No, some of the like Airbnb and Booking Holdings, they started to come out and give some warnings that they're starting to see the demand slow down. So expect to kind of see a continuation with that with Delta.
I feel like we started to hear a little bit of that. Not from Carnival. Carnival was very optimistic.
Yeah, and then
but
you get
some
a
of
labor
the
market report like we got today.
Yeah.
And you're like, wait a second.
But some of the places to stay, I feel like things.
Yeah, hotels as well have been kind of starting to just, I think, put the messaging out there that, prepare yourself for a bit of a slowdown.
What are we seeing overall in terms of earnings growth? I know we've been talking with our own Gina Martin Adams about this, that, one of the things we care about those fundamentals, certainly when it comes to the equity trade. But in general, Red, when we look, we'll still see some earnings growth overall. Did I put you on the spot?
You did, but that's okay. I have the handy dandy terminal here. I should have known this on the top of my head. But, they have been coming down over the past couple of months, and I think that is probably just coming down to the fact that there is still a lot of uncertainty, like the timing of the rates, the election, there is just like question marks over the consumer. Where are they spending? So I think it's just, it's still, I feel like I say this every time, just like things are just kind of like balanced, like there is pockets of real strength within tech, within utilities. Like there's places where there is going to be probably more surprises, but it's tough to say overall kind of where we're at.
Hey, I want to go back to Delta real quick. I just want to remind everyone about the CrowdStrike outage that happened over the summer.
Right.
Because I was actually in Atlanta in mid-August, and some folks told me they're still seeing, be careful at the airport, get there early. They're still seeing effects of this. So
seriously,
look for commentary on what the CrowdStrike outage did for Delta.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, so all kicks off. I mean, 1 week from now. No, actually before that, right? Because Delta's out before that.
Pepsi's on Tuesday as well. Okay. Yeah, Pepsi's Tuesday, Delta is Thursday, Banks Friday, and then we get to do it all again next week.
And PepsiCo, like as you said, good read on consumers and what they're up to. What?
We're going to see a lot of red in the next couple of weeks.
We're going to see a lot of red?
Yeah, a lot of red brown.
Like red in terms of earnings?
Oh, who knows?
Remains to be seen.
It's a Friday. Red Brown, earnings reporter here at Bloomberg News. Looking forward to all of the reporting as we get ready for the earnings season, which in an environment where, more information can be super helpful, especially when we look at maybe where the equity trade goes from that. It's not just rates and macroeconomic, but what we hear from the CEOs.
Hey, coming up next, it's the close on Bloomberg TV. That is going to do it for our TV hour here at Bloomberg Business Week. If you're sticking around with us, we got a big hour coming up, big couple of hours. Kathy Wood is standing by. She's going to be joining us at 4 o'clock on Bloomberg TV and radio. Also, Carol, we're going to talk about Meta and the cloud computing company that's getting a who's who of investors.
Good stuff coming up. This is Bloomberg. Thank you.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Bloomberg Business Week continuing on this Friday, October 4th. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenivek, and we are just 1 hour away from the closing bell. Bouncing around a little bit, but we've got gains pretty much across the board here.
Yeah, taking a look at the world equity indices function here on the Bloomberg terminal. The S&P 500 up 0.6%. The NASDAQ up 0.9%. The Dow up 0.5 percentage point. It puts us on the S&P 500, Carol, so far this year up more than 20%.
Yeah, and on a day where we got a very strong jobs report we've been talking about it the last hour or so, and we've seen yields move up pretty substantially all along the U.S. Yield curve. So that's our backdrop, showing that the labor market is strong. And so that is that thinking that sometimes, okay, the Fed's not going to do as much in terms of rate cuts, but it also is a reminder, labor market being strong is a good thing.
So is good news today?
I kind of feel like good news is good news.
You never know. Yeah. Is good news going to be bad news? Is bad news going to be good news?
It's exactly, I don't know.
Bad news going to be bad news?
Soft landing, no landing.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's what it feels. Hey, listen, we're going to be able to actually ask that question to Kathy Wood. She's going to be by in our 4 o'clock hour, a nice deep dive into so many different things on investing in open AI. That's something ARK has done, on Elon, on Fed policy, and perhaps the next big thing. I always like to pick her brain about kind of what she finds interesting.
Plus, Mark Zuckerberg. Now, the second wealthiest person in the world as Meta shares have moved higher. A lot happening in the, no, not metaverse, but over at Meta Platforms. They've unveiled an AI generator. They're taking on OpenAI and Google. We're going to check in with Kurt Wagner in just a minute.
All right, Meta, you know, it's a well-known household company, right? Big, mega cap.
They used to call it Facebook.
They did used to call it Facebook. We're going to talk about, though, the cloud computing company that's getting a who's who of investors. It's definitely on our watch list. It's private for now, but we're going to get into it, maybe why you need to know about it as well.
Okay, something I didn't know about before reading this story.
You know everything.
No, the colorful perforated plastic bags, they're uber popular. Thanks to America's Moms. They're going to do $100 million in sales this year.
Moms.
Never heard of one. Have you ever heard of it? I've never heard of it.
No, I actually hadn't heard of it either.
All right, Amanda Moll is going to join us, and she's going to give us...
She's going to fill in all the details. All right, let's get the details on the trade now that we are under an hour to go until we wrap up the trading day and the trading week. Here is once again Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much, Carol Masser. 58 minutes to go, and we are on track as of now for a losing week. On the week, down by 0.1%. Of course, a lot can change between now and the closing bell. A lot of green, though. Jobs Friday. We've got stocks ripping higher right now, holding on to earlier gains. S&P up 32, up by about 0.6%. The Dow up 212, up 0.5% for the NASDAQ Composite Index, up 153, a gain there of 0.9%. Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares holding on to a gain of 1.3% and outperforming. 10-year yield at 3.97%. The 2-year right now 3.93%. Gold down $11 the ounce, down 0.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil higher by 1.1%, $74.52 for a barrel of WTI. Amy Glazier is a senior vice president at Adecco Staffing, and right here on Bloomberg Business Week last hour, she told us she was not surprised by the strength in today's jobs report.
This is a reflection of the September surge. Every time this time of year, we see seasonal hiring gets ready, hospitality and leisure picks up, the healthcare industry remains white hot. So frankly, I wasn't surprised. I think it's the September surge. We should see positivity again in October and November, and for the rest of the year, the market remains resilient.
Amy Glazier of Adecco. Speaking of labor, Boeing and the Union Negotiating Committee will be meeting with the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Services to continue mediated negotiations on Monday. That according to the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers. We are seeing a lift right now for Boeing shares. They're up by just about 2%. The big interview coming up. You do not want to miss this. ARK Investment CEO Kathy Wood joining Bloomberg Business Week right at the closing bell, right after the closing bell, to talk AI and her latest investment into OpenAI. You can catch the conversation with Carol Masser, Tim Stenivek, 4 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and television. It's must listening. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. Well, let's kick things off with a tale of two different technology companies. One of them's really well known, one of the largest market cap companies around. The other private, but with some well-known investors.
Yeah, absolutely. We start with one that is a household name, Meta Platforms, which
I mean, nobody in households calls it Meta, right?
I don't know. I feel like I'm
People
slowly...
who work there always call it Meta when I talk to them.
Oh, do they?
Here at Meta, yeah.
You're like, you mean Facebook?
Yeah, that's what I say to them.
All right.
Kurt knows what I'm talking about.
So Meta has definitely soared this year, folks. It's up about 65% year to date, making Mark Zuckerberg the world's second richest person for the first time, jumping ahead of Jeff Bezos as shares of Meta continue to climb. I wonder if these guys are like, did you see, like, I'm beating Jeff? Or does Jeff say, oh, man, Mark's ahead of me? I don't know. Do they do this?
Elon used to tweet about this. I don't know if he still does that.
All right, there's that.
Speaking of Elon, we got with us Bloomberg News technology reporter Kurt Wagner. He joins us from Denver. I say speaking of Elon because Kurt is the author of Battle for the Bird, Jack Dorsey, Elon Musk, and the $44 billion fight for Twitter's soul. Where I want to start with you, Kurt, is this new AI tool that can generate or edit videos based on a simple text prompt. It's like kind of a worrying thing, I think, for a lot of people because of deepfakes. Explain what Movie Gen is at Meta Platforms.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. It's this, as you said, you can take a text prompt, show me a video of, someone snowboarding on a mountain or whatever you could imagine. You can get as creative as you want. And it'll shoot out a video up to 16 seconds long right now. They look pretty good. The demos that Meta displayed or showed off to the press, like they look like legit, camera taken videos. And the idea is that it's, going to make it easier and more fun and more enjoyable for people to ultimately share this stuff onto their networks in the future. But as you point out, it's kind of terrifying too, right? Because you could also imagine that people are creating stuff for the wrong reasons. They're putting actual people into scenes that never happened. They're, creating scenes of destruction that never happened and maybe misleading people as to what's going on in the real world. So it's not available yet in Meta's apps, in part because they're still working through the safety and security things behind this, but it raises so many questions. Yeah. Cool tech, a lot of questions raised.
Yeah, not the only company that's working on this. OpenAI has Sora, also some concerns about what's going on there. I got to tell you, Kurt, on Reddit, I've seen some pretty concerning, and they're clearly labeled as deepfakes, but just sort of a display of what this type of technology can do. Like, different compilations of world leaders in situations that you would never, ever see them in.
Yep.
And I mean, my head is spinning here, just trying to understand what this technology is going to do when it's unleashed on the world.
Yeah, and I think that's the concern that everyone has here. To Meta's credit, I will say they've talked a lot about trying to push the industry toward watermarking this stuff, right? So
explain what that means.
Some type of, it's basically adding some type of visible label to it to let people know as the minute that they see it, well, this is, been generated with an AI algorithm and it's not necessarily real. But you could imagine bad actors are not going to be deterred by that. They're going to try and take that watermark off or figure out a way to hide it. So Meta's also talked about trying to put stuff basically like in the code base of these videos so that even though it might not be immediately visible to someone who's looking at it, you could, in theory, go back in and say, well, based on the underlying data of this video or this photo or this text, we can tell it was generated that way. We're not there yet, right? We're not, and certainly not at an industry standard. And I think that's the problem, is that even if Meta wants to do this, it doesn't really matter if OpenAI or Google or Microsoft or whoever doesn't want to do it. So there needs to be some type of industry cohesion here around labeling this stuff, and I don't think we're at that stage yet.
Hey, why didn't this come out during Meta Connect? I mean, they just had a big event. I'm just curious why you didn't get any kind of clues, or none of us did.
I was a bit surprised as well. I actually spoke with a couple of their AI leads last week. They kind of hinted at it, to be honest, but I didn't expect that it would come a week later because I was figuring if they had it this close to ready, we would have seen it last week. The only thing I can think of is maybe, they wanted to make last week all about those glasses, the Orion AR glasses, right? And maybe save this as sort of a little surprise teaser afterwards. Who knows exactly why? But the fact that they are basically building these products in tandem, that they're both at this stage, is something that I think a lot of people would have been surprised about even just 1 year ago.
Hey, Kurt, we're going to be, we're talking, our show got blown up a little bit because of the press conference.
Okay.
But we were going to talk about some parallels between Hollywood and the dock workers. And I thought of this question when I was doing research for that. And you have to, because when the Hollywood writers and, the bigger union was striking last year, their concerns were about, among other things, AI being used in production. And when I read your story and see what can be done with AI, I'm wondering how freaked out Hollywood should be.
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, very freaked out, right? In the same way that, those of us in the print journalism world are kind of freaked out when you can go to ChatGPT and it'll write you a news article that looks pretty good. At the same time, Meta is trying to get ahead of that. They're working with filmmakers. They haven't said which ones, but they claim they're working with filmmakers in Hollywood to try and get their feedback on this, to try and make sure that they feel that they're in the loop on how this technology is developed. You could imagine a scenario where maybe you have an idea for a movie and you could use this to, create a mock trailer, right? You could say, hey, here's my idea. I sort of made this mock trailer that sort of gets the point across, maybe try to use that to sell the idea or pitch the idea.
Right.
But then, you actually do the real work when it comes down to it. That's one scenario. I don't know if filmmakers would love that, but they're trying to bring them along, so they say, in this process.
Well, and we already did a story right here at Bloomberg about with AI, dead celebrities are working again and making millions. And so you're taking their voices, their likeness, and they're being put into movies. So there's a lot going on. Kurt, thank you so much. Bloomberg News technology reporter Kurt Wagner. All right, from the well-known Meta platforms or Facebook to the lesser-known CoreWeave, and why we wanted to mention it, perhaps because Cisco may be investing in it, according to people with knowledge of the matter. And other known investors, NVIDIA, Fidelity, Jane Street, Coatue Management. So there's a lot out there.
Why is this cloud computing provider among the hottest startups in AI with a valuation perhaps now of $23 billion? We wanted to know more, and that's where Bloomberg Intelligence senior tech analyst Woo Jin Ho comes in. He's at Bloomberg Intelligence headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. Woo Jin, help us understand what exactly CoreWeave does and where it fits in the AI ecosystem.
Yep. Hey, thanks, Tim. So CoreWeave essentially is a cloud service provider that handles AI workloads. So if you have a large language model and you want to train the model, you would go to someone like an AWS or Microsoft or Google, and then you have a secondary layer of service providers like a CoreWeave or a Lambda Labs or a Vultr, for instance, and for a much more economical price.
So help us understand, because it does sound like they're attracting a lot of interesting attention. NVIDIA, Cisco maybe, according to people familiar, a bunch of, investment firms like Fidelity and so on and so forth. I mean, is this someone that's going to be potentially a very big player as the AI build-out continues?
Yeah, and Carol, sure, and that's the hope, right? Because we're still in the early days of AI. I could tell you a couple of things about CoreWeave. They're actually handling some of the overflow of the AI large language model training for someone like a Microsoft as well as an AWS. There is so much demand that's out there in terms of trying to get the GPUs or the GPU compute to serve some of these large language models. And CoreWeave has actually done that successfully. Very, very early on, they actually had the vision to collect all these GPUs and also have a strong relationship with someone like an NVIDIA to have enough GPU, because GPU is the arms race to lead an AI, and CoreWeave actually has a lot of GPUs in their arsenal.
So is it all about just infrastructure? So they are just big data centers who are doing all that overflow and computing?
And that's exactly it, right? Okay. If you think about AWS, where they do all the compute for general computing and also some of the AI work, CoreWeave is actually ahead of the game for some in some of these against some of these players.
Hey, help me understand the Cisco connection here. When I make names like NVIDIA, Fidelity, Jane Street, and others, from a certain perspective, it makes sense given that these are companies that do investing. NVIDIA, yes, we understand the connection with NVIDIA. And they recently invested in OpenAI as well. Why Cisco, though? What's Cisco's connection here?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. And I actually went into the MADL function within the Bloomberg, and they made another investment in a large language model company called Cohere recently. And it seems as if they're trying to throw in chips onto the roulette table to get a little bit more of the AI investments. If you think about what Cisco has done over the past couple of years, they've done the software transition investments. They made that big acquisition of Splunk a year ago, and they closed it recently. And they're making these smaller investments on these interesting AI companies. So when they need to make that transition or expansion into AI, this may be the avenue to get to learn these companies and get the learnings to when they're ready to go.
Yeah, it does seem like it makes sense with the shift that they've been talking about, right? Kind of from, the build out of those bigger systems to thinking about kind of where AI is going,
so
and the impact.
It's more hedging bets, Woo-Jin, in your opinion, versus like a traditional venture investment?
It's a traditional venture as well as hedging.
Okay.
You want to know what's going on in the space, and the best way to know what's going on in the space, like some of the private equity shops, is to make these investments so you're actually in the game.
They want to make sure, right? Because they want to make sure they're a part of that build out, right, for all these data centers, that there's a role for them. Is that fair?
And that's fair, and that's a hope, right? If you think about they have a lot of cloud services. Think about WebEx, right? That needs to be hosted somewhere. If they want to have some of their AI services hosted somewhere, they could possibly go to a CoreWeave sometime in the future.
Interesting. Do you think ultimately this is a company that goes public, or is it a company that is bought out? I mean, it seems like it's growing in terms of valuation.
Tough to say. If they'll go public or get bought out. I mean, if you read the Bloomberg article, it seems as if there's speculation that some of the employees wanted to cash out or unlike some of the value as part of this deal. But there has been speculation within Bloomberg that Bloomberg News has written about that there are plans to go public sometime in the future.
Hey, Woo-Jin, before you go, I do feel like there's a lot of jockeying, right? We constantly, anything AI related, it may be some of these private companies, somewhat smaller, if you will, that you are seeing a lot of companies kind of place their bets, hoping to make sure that they're connected with the right ones that ultimately are part of the AI future. Because as you said, we're early in, we're not still quite sure the full impact and what it means, but there's a lot of jockeying going on.
And I agree with you there in terms of the jockeying, and then you are placing your bets on multiple different areas. Look, OpenAI had that humongous round out there, but there are a lot of other smaller companies that's getting a lot of funding right now.
All right, good stuff. Hey, have a great weekend. Woo-Jin Ho, Bloomberg Intelligence senior technology analyst. Can't get the words out here on this Friday. But I just think CoreWeave, we've been seeing things in a couple of stories and just kind of interesting. Some big players involved with it to see where it kind of goes.
Yeah, NVIDIA, Fidelity, Jane Street, Cotu, Cisco.
Yeah, and it is interesting. Like we've covered Cisco a fair amount, right? You know, very much involved in terms of the networking gear, right? That is tapped into by companies, but looking at where it's all going and making sure that they're a part of that.
Also talking about a company that's seen a lot of cycles, transformations.
Yeah, totally.
Talking 90s up to today.
Could come up with Kathy Wood, because we've talked about it before. Cisco, by the way, year to date, just up about 4%. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Coming up next, folks.
Clock is ticking on student loans.
It is indeed. That's next.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Stocks higher, jobs Friday. Data this morning underlined the resilience of the U.S. economy and boosted soft landing hopes. S&P up 38 with a gain right now of 0.7%. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 255, up by about 0.6%. And NASDAQ up 178, a gain right now of just about 1%. Russell 2000 index of small cap shares, the outperformer, up by 1.3%. 10-year, 3.97%, with a 2-year, 3.92%. Gold down $8 the ounce, 26.47, down 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.1%, 74.49 a barrel. And Bitcoin at 62,451. Bitcoin up by 2.8%. So where does this morning's jobs report leave the Federal Reserve? Tiffany Wilding is an economist at PIMCO.
The broader thing that we've been very focused on is just that, again, this economy is looking more normal versus any time since the pandemic, whatever kind of normal is, with the exception of monetary policy, which is elevated. And we think under a range of scenarios, there is still room for them to cut relative to where they are now.
Tiffany Wilding of PIMCO. Again, recapping S&P up 38, up by about 0.7%. ARK Investment Management CEO Kathy Wood will be joining Bloomberg Business Week today right at the closing bell to talk artificial intelligence and her latest investments in OpenAI. Catch the conversation with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic, 4 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and Television. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Clock is ticking for that interview, Carol, just after the market closes this afternoon right here on Bloomberg TV and radio. The clock also ticking on roughly $1.6 trillion in student loans.
Yeah, a grace period for federal borrowers ended this week, kicking off a countdown to real financial consequences for those behind on their bills this moment, capping a forbearance odyssey that stretches, you might recall, to the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic. Payments were initially paused by the Trump administration as part of a broad effort to stabilize the economy. There was a lot of things that were done, but now here we are, 4 years approximately later, and time to pay up, basically.
Claire Ballantyne is Bloomberg News personal finance reporter. She joins us from New York. Claire, for your story, you spoke to some of these folks in their 20s and their 30s who are facing this right now. What did they tell you?
Most of them that I've talked to, and this isn't new, but this is just ongoing, they're just so fed up with the whole process. Not just the loans and paying them, but the back and forth of, are they forgiven? Do I have to pay them now? Is there an extension? There's just been such a mess of complications in the past 4 years of this forbearance period. So they are just, many of them are very confused if they have to start paying now and what the consequences will be if they don't.
This is kind of startling. As you say in your story, federal student loan payments were initially paused early in the pandemic, technically restarted a year ago, but a 12-month grace period was put into effect. That meant interest still accrued on those debts, but borrowers not making payments weren't considered delinquent, reported to credit bureaus, are placed in default. And according, you say, to the Government Accountability Office, about 10 million borrowers, more than 1/4 of the total, were behind on their student loan bills as of earlier this year. So it sounds like their bills were getting larger if they weren't paying.
Definitely, the bills are getting larger. And for a lot of these people, though, maybe some can't afford to pay. Maybe some are just fed up with it and don't really want to. And, there's no penalty, so why would they? But bills are.
What do you mean there's no penalty?
So the penalties that weren't happening during this 1-year grace period is the borrowers weren't placed in default, considered delinquent. They weren't reported to credit bureaus.
Okay.
That's over now as of this week. So as of this week, if borrowers don't make payments, that can now hurt their credit score and have real financial consequences other than just interest accruing.
Hey, what about student loan debt repayment coming from the government?
Yeah, it's been a whole odyssey of that.
We could spend a half hour talking about this, right?
Yeah. Biden had the whole plan to forgive up to $20,000 per borrower. That got struck down by the Supreme Court. In the aftermath of that, his administration has sort of done a piecemeal approach to forgiving debt and has been somewhat successful and wiped away debt for about 5 million people in some form. And so that's through changes to existing federal programs. There's public service loan forgiveness and other ways that they've sort of made those programs operate better. But that being said, there's a lot of people that haven't gotten their loans forgiven. And at the same time, there is this Savings on a Valuable Education plan, the SAVE plan, that was meant to cap payments at a certain percentage of borrowers' income to make payments more affordable. That is now being held up in courts with different challenges from Republican-led states. So those people are also in limbo. So it's very confusing for the average person.
And this is all federal loans, not private loans, correct?
Correct. Yeah, all federal loans.
What do we know about private loans?
Private loans have been people have been having to make payments this whole time.
But is that included in the 1.6? Is that included in the 1.6 trillion?
No, it's not. 1.6 trillion is just federal loans.
Wow.
How much do we have in private loans? Do we know?
That's a good question. I can find out. But private loans, that's a whole nother beast. A lot of those have really high interest rates. Some are kind of predatory. People really struggle with those just because the interest accrues so fast.
Yeah, it's just such a bear, this whole thing. And this goes to a conversation, I'm sure you know about it, and you've talked about it, Claire, but we've talked about it a lot, just about the cost of higher education. Like you see $23,000 in student loans, but we know many, many more who've got hundreds of thousands of dollars in loans, especially if you go off to do something like med school or a master's or something. So, and just the high cost of education, which has certainly easily outpaced what we've seen in terms of inflation.
Why do we think about this so much?
Yeah, I know. Because I have a kid in college, and, but but it's also just, we talk about it so much because it just seems such a bear, and you do wonder the lasting impact it's going to have on younger citizens. I know.
This is an issue that we've been talking about for so long, Claire. I wonder to what extent, now that repayments have begun, it starts to hit the way that consumers are feeling about their own economic situation. Mm-hmm. Do we start to see this show up in economic data? We just saw this blowout payrolls number
come
earlier.
Up in elections in terms of what moves people to vote for someone
they did
versus
not talk
over.
about the cost of education on Tuesday night in that vice presidential debate, interestingly enough. When does it start to hit the bigger economy?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. And I think, this is happening as interest rates are being cut. So that's kind of a push-pull there. I think the reason that we talk about it so much and that it hits home is so many people have student loans. 40 million people have student loans. So it's either you have them, your kid has them, your sister has it, someone that has loans in a way that affects your life in a lot of ways. And so I do think that, people trying to pay these off, that does cut into discretionary spending. That can hurt the economy. There's a lot of factors going on right now with that, and consumers are sort of getting pinched from all sides.
Hey, anything that we're expecting from President Biden before he leaves the White House on this front?
I'm anxiously awaiting that. And, there was some speculation that even this deadline would get pushed back. And it didn't, obviously. So it's a can of worms. I mean, I imagine that in the little time he has left, his administration will continue to forgive through this sort of piecemeal approach that they've been doing. He's also trying to push through a different forgiveness plan, one that is separate from his plan that got struck down by the Supreme Court. So there's a lot of things in the works. It's just a matter of what's going to actually get through.
And I would say that I've heard people say, well, wait a minute, I paid for my school loans. Why are people getting a break? Like, I've heard some different sides to this argument as well. Why are you looking at me funny?
I don't know. Yeah. I have thoughts.
You have about that?
Yeah.
Like what?
We don't have time.
Wait, we have time. We have 4 minutes with Claire.
You know what? Claire, if you go to bio Claire Ballantyne,
yes,
3 stories just in the last 24 hours.
And she's a workhorse.
Yeah.
Can we go to one story? One, we've talked a lot about Hurricane Helene this week, and you are part of a team that has written about what happened in North Carolina and Asheville specifically. Can you just share with our audience some of what you found out in your reporting?
Yeah, so we have covered a lot about the hurricane this week. The story today focused on the people that have been affected, and also just how there's been so many people that have moved to Asheville during the pandemic. Even before then, it's been a really popular place for people to retire. For many reasons, it's beautiful, lower taxes, all of that. And for some of those people that moved, I mean, this has been an alternative destination to Florida and to places that might be impacted more by climate change. And what we saw this week is that, those very storms people were trying to get away from have come to Asheville now. And that's sort of prompting naturally sort of a rethinking of where people might want to retire, where, people should be going. And at the same time, just the initial, destruction has been so difficult for people who have moved there recently, and as well as people who have grown up there.
Yeah, it's really remarkable seeing this. I mean, we've been following the devastation closely here, and it seems like, no place, Claire, is actually safe when it comes to this type of devastation caused by natural disasters. I think one thing that's notable about Asheville, and I mentioned this earlier this week, it's a place that I've traveled to specifically to go mountain biking. It was incredible. Met a friend there who,
Beautiful, right?
we used to live out west in the same place. Now we're on the East Coast. We decided to go do some mountain biking there. There's so many people now who've moved there in recent years to sort of escape the smoke and fires of the West, flooding concerns in other places, and then they end up here.
Right. This is why this storm, I mean, they're all terrible for their own specifics, but this is not a region that's used to it. Claire, speaking to what you said, that there were, people who went there to retire, and the story gets into kind of the contrast between, some who are wealthier, and so when communications were down, some people had a Starlink, and could reach out to people and maybe then, get out of the area. And one couple you talk about getting, I think, they flew back to West Palm Beach on a chartered plane with another couple. And then there are those who are less wealthy, and they've just got to kind of figure their way forward here.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think these storms and these situations really emphasize more than any other time, how things affect people who have money and resources and how it affects people who don't, which is, incredibly sad. And just you're seeing different approaches to how people think about disaster and disaster prepping. And, as we see with these storms, the people with the least money, least resources are always hit the hardest and are going to have the most trouble bouncing back.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Hey, Claire, thank you so much for popping in and going over these two stories for us. So appreciate it. Claire Ballantyne, personal finance reporter at Bloomberg News, joining us from New York City.
Great stuff in her under her byline. Go check it out. She's got a bunch of stories just in the last few days. All other stories about just in the last few weeks about New York City weighing slashing cab insurance. Really interesting stuff. Go check out all her stories.
I just want to mention one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg. JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon didn't endorse Donald Trump for president. A spokesman for the bank said, contrary to a message posted on social media by the Republican candidate.
Wait, what?
Apparently.
You know what?
Yeah.
Somebody texted me to ask if this is true.
The Trump campaign did not immediately respond to a request for comment on Friday's social media post. And then while Dimon hasn't made an endorsement, he has been an active voice in the election. Yeah, but he says he's not endorsing him. It's got to check things out, folks. Facts matter. This is Bloomberg.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Jobs Friday, stocks higher across the board, and as of now, we are on track for another 4-in-a-row winning week for the S&P 500 index. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks are trading in the green with the Dow currently up 317 points. The S&P's gained 45, while NASDAQ rises by 1.1%. The U.S. 10-year yield rises to 3.97%. Gold is down 10. Oil is climbing. And Bitcoin, that's higher by 2.4%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were financials and consumer discretionary. Real estate was under pressure. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, J.P. Morgan and American Express, while Home Depot led to the downside. In other news, Larry Summers tweeted the 50 basis point cut in September was a mistake. And wrapping things up, Facebook hit a new all-time high and is closing in on $600 a share. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Hey, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, about 18 minutes to go until we wrap up the trading day and the trading week. We're seeing some buying here into the close in terms of the equity trade. Charlie just breaking down the numbers. I'm looking for the week overall. Looks like we might be a little change for the week overall here, but it's been an interesting one.
You know what is changed is our view of the labor market.
Yeah, in a big way, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
For the moment, even though we heard Austin Goolsbee of the Chicago Fed saying,
don't, just one report, guys.
But as Michael McKee said, it wasn't like a mixed report. It was everything was upbeat and strong, or stronger than forecast in terms of strength. Yeah.
What does Jason Bodenfield have to say about this? He's partner and managing director at the boutique wealth management firm Park Cities Group out at Stewart Partners. He joins us from Dallas, Texas. Is there a new investment strategy to be made after today's jobs report?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Carol and Tim. You know, this report was a little bit surprising. You know, we've been seeing some
a little bit.
You know, it was pretty eye-opening. I think, you know, coming into this, my picture was, you know, don't fight the Fed. You're probably gonna run a little bit into the year end. Thing is that the picture from that standpoint hasn't changed for me. But I do think that the Fed has a little bit harder job here on deciphering data and what's going to happen. Because if you're a trader right now, yeah, this is good news. This is good data. As you guys were talking about earlier, is good news, bad news? You know, what is it these days? I just think it's going to be a little bit harder for the Fed. I think my stance is nice through the end of the year. Could be some trouble in 2025, and these numbers are going to make it harder.
What's harder for the Fed? The fight against inflation because of the strength in the labor market and growth continuing? What specifically?
Yeah, I think so. You know, I make these analogies or what have you, but I think the Fed is kind of like Smokey the Bear. You know, we've got some embers that have been laying there, you know, on fire, burning, not necessarily on fire, but hot. And a little bit of wind could spike up inflation again, and they definitely don't want that. You know, they made a 50 move there, but you know, with everything strong, you know, it's good news is good news for the short term in trading, but for the Fed, you know, in their private consumption conversations, you know, they want unemployment to be coming up. I know that they have the dual mandate, and what they say publicly, they can't really say that publicly because that would be an issue, but you know, that was helping them make these decisions. Now it looks like, hey, what's happening with unemployment? What's happening with payroll? What's happening with jobs? It looks like some things, you know, a little bit of wind here, and we could have another fire on inflation.
You know, it's funny you say this. You're spot on with what some other folks are saying. Our own Sonali Basak reporting just in the last 15 minutes that billionaire Stanley Druckenmiller believes that the Fed shouldn't have cut rates by 50 basis points. He told Sonali this morning that he's concerned about the central bank that boxing itself into a corner by guiding for even more rate cuts. Mark Rowan said earlier this week it's not clear that we needed to lower rates. And then Larry Summers earlier on Twitter X said that 50 basis points in September was a, quote, mistake.
Was it a mistake, Jason, in your view?
That's tough for me to say. You know, I'm not an economist, but you know, from the standpoint of what we're seeing with the numbers now, it looks like it could be. But I understand why the Fed did it. You know, they're trying to get in front of something. They don't want, because what happens with unemployment is, even though they you know, quote unquote, I say the opinion is that they would want that to happen, to tick up a little bit higher from where it is that if it slides too fast, it's tough for them to catch it because they do have that blunt tool with the rates. They don't have a lot of other mechanisms. So, you know, they moved, I think, as a little bit of a catch up and a little bit of built in. But, you know, we may see a zero cut. And so what that portends to the market is, you know, could be some issues, and maybe it's not any issues, but, you know, there's just a lot of things out there. So my playbook it didn't really get ripped up through the end of the year. It's just going to get harder for the Fed, and it's going to get harder for me to tell people, hey, you know, this is good news in the short term, but bad news in the long term. That's kind of how I see it, and I think that maybe that's how the others are seeing it.
But you advise, obviously, your clients in terms of how to invest, and I'm just curious, you know, are you saying get ready for a slowdown, for it to be more difficult and the investment environment more difficult? Or are you saying, you know, with the Fed now in a rate cutting cycle that may not be as aggressive as some have originally forecast, that, you know, risk on trade? Like, that's what I'm curious.
Yeah. So, you know, that's a great question. And, you know, in my business, you commonly have people like me come on and say, hey, look, I'm a long-term investor, and, you know, stay invested. The question is real boots on the ground, is that if you are dealing with people that are in retirement and they need cash flow over the next 12 months, they know what that cash flow is, you need to be generating that cash flow now. A lot of people just wait and generate as they go each month. So there's a stance that you take. Do I pull off of my long-term strategic allocations to equities? No, I feel like that this market, we usually rebalance every quarter. We didn't rebalance this quarter on our equities. We wanted them to keep running. I feel like that is going to happen, and it's continuing to happen here. But from that stance of what happens going forward, that's where we have to do a lot of the hard work on the financial planning side, is to say, hey, if you have expenses coming up in the 6 to 12 months, I want to generate that cash now. And even though the short-term rates and bonds are going to be going down, and I'm not going to make 5.25%, I may make 4 or 4.5 or maybe lower over that period. I want that cash outside of even the bond market or the equity market. And so that's essentially how we're managing it right now.
Where are you putting the cash? Are you putting it in money markets still, even though rates have come down?
Still putting it in government money markets right now on that cash that I know is going to have an expense in the next 6 to 8 months, right?
Like a tax liability or something of the like?
Yeah, so people that are retired, look, if they're spending X amount, they know what they're going to spend over the next 12 months within reason. You know, there's things that pop up, ACs go out or what have you. But you know, there's also, if you're not in retirement, there's people that know what they're spending. I'm going to buy a new car. I'm going to do this. I'm going to take a vacation for this much. That type of money needs to be outside of any kind of risk, because just like we're seeing today, I like intermediate bonds. They've been doing well, but they've backed up a little bit today, right? Rate, the 10-year spiking up, and that could rise up some more. But I do think ultimately the Fed, at some point, it's going to be lowering rates. But, you know, right now, you know, it's that stance of stay invested, stay with your picture, but if you need cash flow, use these opportunities where the market's high and get that cash off, because you just don't want to play that risk game. And a lot of people do it. And then what happens is that they defer doing things because they didn't pull the cash off when it was high, and then they just don't take that vacation. So that's a bad strategy as well.
All right, gonna run. Hey, Jason, thank you. Jason Bottenfield, he is Managing Director at Park Cities Group at Steward Partners, joining us from Dallas, Texas. We've got about 11 minutes left in today's trading session, and we're just pretty much hovering near our best levels of the session, so up about 0.8% on both the S&P 500 and the Dow Jones Industrial Average, and up more than 1%, Tim, on the NASDAQ 100.
On the week, the S&P up 0.1%. The NASDAQ Composite pretty much flat, in the red ever so slightly, down just 0.2%.
And yields have pretty much stayed at their highs of the session, closing there 3.9 on the 2-year, and I'm looking at the 10-year at 3.9 as well. So interesting day, certainly, when it comes to rates. This is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That's Carol Masser. I'm Tim Stenivek, and we are just a couple minutes away. Well, I don't want to say a couple means two. We're like, 6 minutes away.
It's like 6 and a half.
Yeah, 6 minutes away from the close.
Your couple is actually 6 and a half.
Yeah, well, time flies when you're having fun.
Time flies.
Hey, a lot of interesting stories on the Bloomberg terminal.
Oh, where do you want to go?
I want to mention the JP Morgan.
Can I just say it's freezing in here?
Are you cold?
Yeah.
All right, well.
Got my jacket. I'm going to put that on.
You can file a ticket here at Bloomberg.
Yeah, but then it'll make it too warm for you. I won't do that in the studio.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so where do you want to go?
I want to go to, I want to mention the JP Morgan story again, because it's a third most read story. Yeah. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon did not endorse Donald Trump for president, a spokesman for the bank said, contrary to a message posted on social media by the Republican candidate. Here's what Joe Evangelisti said, longtime spokesperson for JP Morgan, quote, Jamie has not endorsed a candidate.
Yeah, done. Trump campaign didn't immediately respond to a request for comment on Friday's social media post. Trump told NBC News that he didn't know about the posting and he didn't do it.
Who's sending the tweets here?
I feel like I'm a toddler or a young kid with my six brothers. I didn't do it.
I didn't do it.
The post remained on his account as of 3:35 p.m. in New York. Dimon, though, hasn't made an endorsement. He has been active in the election.
What are we talking about here?
What do you mean?
I can't believe that this is like...
Yeah, I know. With everything going on in this world.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Also, how is the post still up? And it was a Truth Social post, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Trump did say for his part back in a June interview with Bloomberg Business Week, this was before the change at the top of the ticket on the Democratic side, that he's changed his view of Diamond, whom he assailed last year as a, quote, highly overrated globalist.
Yeah.
The former president said he could envision Diamond as somebody that I could consider for Treasury Secretary, though in late July, Trump said on social media that he'd never considered Diamond for the post.
God, like,
did I say anything?
Come on.
Did I say anything? I just...
Can we get to this? All right, I'm just going to go for some interesting.
Else.
All right, something serious, something fun. Let's see if I can get it done. Traders ripping up bets on big Fed cuts as jobs data hits bonds. So traders, we talked about this at the...
Is this a Michael McKenzie story?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to go back there because, again, reset could change. He said he's watching the CPI data next week, but traders slashing their bets on the pace of future Fed interest rate cuts after that strong jobs report. So, as he wrote, we've seen this before. Again, data dependent, so we'll see whether or not we can go again. And then I want to mention this one.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm going for a twofer. Courtesy of the Wall Street Journal, because we love talking about pricey real estate. Waterfront home in Palm Beach, Florida is coming on the market for $95 million, making it one of the Lux Town's most expensive listings. You know what you get?
Is it maybe 16,000 square feet?
Yep.
6 bedrooms?
Yep. Intercoastal, you're sitting on the Intercoastal Waterway at the north end of Palm Beach Island, so you can probably have a boat if you want. You probably have a dock. Yeah.
Wow, listen to this return on investment.
Yeah.
Pamela Sterrett, she's a British investor in the mining and energy industries. She's got a home in Canada, too. She paid, according to Sarah Painter at the Wall Street Journal, $21.35 million for the estate. Only back in 2018.
So in 6 years, it's now worth $95 million.
She spent winters in Florida since the 90s, according to her son. She spent about $25 million renovating the house over the past several years.
Okay. So she put all in maybe 47 million. Still.
Haven't run the comp function on the Bloomberg terminal to see if it would have been better off in the S&P 500. But
yeah, you're probably 165 feet of frontage on the Intercoastal with a new deep water dock. That's important. That means you can have a lot underneath the water, which is important.
So you need a bigger boat? We're going to need a bigger dock for this bigger boat? We're going to need a bigger dock.
We're going to need a bigger dock. Yeah, it's a neoclassical house. Has a first floor loggia?
Hey, don't look at me.
And a second floor balcony overlooking a new $2 million travertine pool. Gym, 1,400 bottle wine cellar, movie theater, and it's 1 acre of property. Has a guest apartment, a pool cabana, and a 2-car garage.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
There it is. Let's go.
All I want is more closets. I don't want a travertine pool. I don't need it. I don't need all that intercoastal.
What's the dock? What was that? A deeper
water dock.
Deeper water dock. Okay.
That means you have a lot underneath the water line. I'm just saying. All right, we're stopping to talk about this. We're going to talk about the close. Right now we're heading over to EV. That's because the closing bell starts right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
We're about 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Scarlett Fu and Bonnie Quinn here to take you through the closing bell. We've got a global simulcast, so let's bring in our radio colleagues, Carol Masser and Tim Stanovic, and we welcome all of our audiences across Bloomberg Television, Bloomberg Radio, and YouTube to parse through the most crucial moments of the trading day. I'd argue that the most crucial moment came at 8:30 a.m. before the stock market opened.
You're spot on. I just keep pulling up my rate charts on the Bloomberg because it's just amazing what we've seen in the U.S. Treasury curve. To see that 2-year now at 3.9, just below 4%. Same thing for the 10-year. So just phenomenal the moves. But as we talked with our Michael McKenzie of Bloomberg, who follows rates, he's watching CPI. Keep in mind, we've seen this before where rates move up, markets react, expectations on Fed rate cuts, are reduced, but it can change on a data point.
I guess the question I have is there concern now about inflation again with a print like this? Austin Goolsbee at the Chicago Fed says don't look too much into one report, but what happens if the labor market is too strong and the Fed already cut by 50 basis points?
Yeah, I mean, that's for sure. And we're going to get some more hint about how that is going next week when we get the CPI, of course, Tim. But I'm finding it interesting that we're actually picking up steam as we go into the close, right? We're really close to our highs of the session with the S&P up 0.9% now, and those huge moves in treasuries as well.
We're going to see how everything resets next week with the CPI report and also the Fed minutes, which at this point feel kind of obsolete given the data points that we've gotten.
Very true, although you never know what you're going to glean from these minutes, right? Or who's the dissenter, or who's the person who took down their forecast.
Especially as there's some second guessing of that 50 basis point rate cut now. All right, let's take a look at how things are shaping up. As Bonnie mentioned, we are closing near our session highs. The S&P 500 up 0.9% right now. The Dow Industrials gaining 0.8% to 42,344. The NASDAQ, the winner of the bunch here, gaining 1.2%. But actually, take a look at the small caps. They're so much more levered to the economy, and as a result, the Russell 2000 gaining 1.5% on the day.
Good news is good news today in terms of the equity trade, especially for those small caps. Having said that, your best performer in the S&P 500 for the week overall, guys, Vistra Corporation at the bottom of the pack, Humana. We know the news. We covered it, down about 25%. And Scarlett, if I look at the S&P 500, most names in the S&P are higher, about 357, 146 to the downside.
All right, let's take a look at the IMAP, which shows the S&P 500 has broken down into 11 main sectors. A lot of green on that screen. It's like a spinach pie this time. There's a small slice of tomatoes.
Taken away.
Yes, that's right. Your laggards are real estate investment trusts and utilities, but they're down by less than 0.7%. And utilities, you can argue, barely lower. Financials are the best performers, gaining 1.6%. And it's not just among the big caps, it's across the board in small caps as well. Consumer discretionary and communication services also gaining more than 1%.
I'm so disappointed. It's a brat pie today.
Oh, okay, that's right. It's a brat pie, yes.
The green.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Come on, get with it, Tim.
Oh, spinach pie, brat pie.
A lime pie.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to some of the individual gainers. Morgan Hey, guys, in homage to the bank earnings next week, Morgan Stanley on my radar up more than 3% in today's session, upgraded to buy from hold at HSBC, which says the stock's long period of underperformance versus peer Goldman Sachs and the broader market could be ending. Morgan Stanley will report earnings on October 16th. Stock's up about 15% so far here in 2024. All right, U.S. dock workers agreeing to extend their union contract until January 15th. I know you guys have been covering it. We have too. They are keeping negotiating in terms of the next new contract. Having said that, there were some companies, you might recall on October 1st, B of A came out and said consumer companies, staple companies like Dole and Pilgrim's Pride could be hurt as a result of a prolonged strike. So with the strike over, I took a look at Dole. That one is up about 4.5%. Of course, our bananas, can I say that, are safe. So that's up about 4.5%. Pilgrim's Pride, which is all things chicken, that one is up about 2.4%. Here's a banana. I always have a banana in the studio.
She's ready with her props.
I eat it after we have the simulcast.
You need those for press conferences.
Right? Potassium. It's really good. All right, and one more. You know I'm going to go there. Scarlett, you know I'm going to go there.
Oh, there we go. Golden Dragon Index.
There we go. Up another 3% in today's session, up more than 10% so far this week. It's up nearly 50% since late August on that wave of stimulus rounds that have included interest rate cuts, also funds to buy stocks. It is still down, though, more than 60% from a high back in 2021. But again, those Chinese names that trade in the U.S., definitely a bullish trade this week.
Okay, let's get to some of the notable decliners. I do want to start with Rivian. I kind of have like a little travel dining theme here, down 3.15%. Shares fell after the company cut its annual production target. Rivian cited a worsening supply crunch at its U.S. assembly plant. The company now expects production to drop as much as 18% this year due to an ongoing shortage of this component used to make its electric pickups and SUVs as well as commercial vans. We're talking about the R1 and RCV platforms, a component that goes on that. Third quarter output and deliveries both came up short of analyst estimates. Shares were down as much as 9% earlier in the session, but did pair some of those losses. Speaking of pairing losses, Spirit shares were down as much as 38% earlier in the session, ended up losing only a quarter of their value just today, down 90% so far this year, guys. It did hit a record intraday low. The efforts to restructure its debt and avoid filing for bankruptcy have hit a snag. This after months of talk with bondholders failed to result in a deal. This according to a Bloomberg News report citing people familiar with knowledge of the matter. Separately, the Wall Street Journal did report that Spirit and bondholders have held discussions over the terms of a potential bankruptcy filing. And finally, Dine Brands Global, the parent company of IHOP, Applebee's, and Fuzzy's Taco Shop, which I've never been to, but I've been to the others, I guess. They were downgraded to hold from buy at Truist Securities, cited customer concerns about sales trends at the company. Shares falling today by 2.4%.
Wouldn't be my first choice of name for a taco place. Fuzzy's Taco. Would you really want?
Yeah, no,
Fuzzy Taco?
that's not a good image.
Although it does sound very comfortable. Tell you what wasn't comfortable today, and that was Treasuries trading. I got so used to saying 3.6 something when it comes to the 2-year yield. Suddenly, I'm back at 3.9217%. That was a 21.5 basis point move just today alone. Of course, it was after the jobs data, and we might have anticipated a move like this. But wow, what a stunning move. I mean, you've got to have a really strong stomach to be a fixed income trader these days. Remember when the curve just inverted? Well, that definitely isn't happening again, at least for the moment. The 10-year yield, very, very close now to 4%, and of course, the 3-month T-bill, 4.62%. So a really stunning move there. Pricing out Fed cuts. As Michael McKee was saying earlier, we were looking at more than 10 cuts until the end of 2025. That's now down to about 6.5 cuts.
Are you guys ready for earnings? I mean, next Friday marks the start of earnings season once again.
JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, BlackRock, all next week. We got Delta Airlines, we got Airbnb, Booking Holdings, Pepsi. We got a lot coming next week.
I like the ones that are post the bell because I like watching you guys.
We like doing them. Yeah, but it'll be interesting, right? We'll start to get some commentary that we can layer on all of this economic news. We get a CPI number also, which, as our Michael McKenzie said, that is something that could change, once again, the rates narrative. He said, we've been here before. He said, though, that we could see that 10-year back above 4%. So that is something it'll keep us a little bit busy.
There's some Treasury auctions next week as well. That'll make it really interesting to see how Treasuries move.
All right, a lot of stuff to keep us busy. All right, guys, that's a wrap. Our cross-platform coverage. Have a good and safe weekend. Our cross-platform on radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. Folks, we will see you again, same time, same place on Monday.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week just after the bell closed, which means we're just under 2 hours away from Wall Street Week on Bloomberg TV and radio, which, as you all know by now, is relaunched around the idea that it's more than what you need to know. It's what you need to think about.
And back with us for tonight's episode is, of course, David Weston, the host of Bloomberg Wall Street Week, which airs every Friday at 6 p.m. Wall Street time right here on Bloomberg Radio and TV. David, good to have you back with us. Feels like you guys have some very timely, important issues on tonight's program. Huge names, former Treasury Secretaries Tim Geithner, Hank Paulson. That's what we call like a great booking or great bookings.
Along with Kevin McCarthy, the former Speaker of the House.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That is an all-star lineup.
That's just some of the people who are.
I know. I'm like, where do I start? Where do I start?
They're all talking about the one issue that everybody agrees is terribly important,
and
nobody wants
to
talk about in the campaign.
Is it
the deficit?
Well, what do we do with that? I know. What did they say?
It's funny because, as you know, you got Kevin McCarthy's a Republican, Hank Paulson served in a Republican administration, and Tim Geithner served in a Democratic administration. When I talked with them, they agree on a lot more than they disagree on. They say this is a really big problem. We've got to deal with it now. And as Tim Geithner says, the first rule of holes is stop digging.
Why is this not a topic that the campaigns are even discussing? Is it because they just want to either cut taxes or spend more?
Well, I'm not in the campaigns, and I don't want to be cynical, but logically, think about it. If you want to get people to vote for you, and you say, here's the deal, you vote for me and I'll give you less of something.
It doesn't really
I'm sure, I'd love it if you gave me less. And so neither party wants to deal with this. They want to give you more.
Sometimes you got to take the long view in life.
But the only thing I do think about is if we keep spending, right, eventually you're going to have less anyway, right? Because there's going to be less, you know what I mean? Like if we don't somehow get this under control, all Americans are going to feel that pinch eventually.
Yeah, you're so right, at least as far as I understand this issue, Carol. This problem will take care of itself. The question is, how bad will it get before it does?
Right.
How much pain will we have? And if we keep going at some point, it's going to be a lot more painful than if we do some things right now. And these gentlemen, as I say, from very different points of view, basically are agreed on what needs to be done and how it needs to be done. It's got to be both taxes and spending cuts, not just one or the other. Because the Democrats tend to say, oh, it's only raising taxes, and the Republicans say, oh, it's only cutting spending.
What do they suggest in terms of raising taxes? Where to go for this?
You just have to raise taxes overall, and certainly on the wealthier, but not just on them. And they would all agree, I think, there's not enough to get out of the top income brackets. You've got to tax everybody more as a practical matter.
Okay, where do you cut spending?
Oh, well, there's all sorts of ways to cut spending. I mean, there's a variety, but one of the things that we really need to do, because the real deficit out there is in so-called entitlements, Social Security and Medicare. And for that, you need to do things like extend out the eligibility age. You need to means test. I mean, most people who know this stuff.
It's very unpopular politically.
It's very unpopular, but it's very obvious. And the other thing that I got out of them is they all agreed the way to do this is to take a chapter politically, to go back and take a chapter of what they did when they had to close bases back in the 80s, because that's a very politically hot topic, right? Because it's not in my backyard. You're not going to close my air base. Right. What they did is they appointed a bipartisan commission off to the side, said, you come up with a recommendation, and we in Congress will vote it up or down, no debate. And that's how they got it done. He said, that's the way. And also, by the way, Ronald Reagan did this with Social Security in the 80s.
The only thing I'll say is that, David, Kevin McCarthy, and even though he sees eye to eye in some issues with Tim Geithner and Hank Paulson, even though they're from different parties, he represents a different version of a Republican Party that is in power. Well, I won't say in power, but that is running for president. He doesn't...
than the current leadership, yes.
Yeah, than the current leadership. Right. So there seems to be a directionality challenge here.
Well, I suspect he would agree with you if we were candid about it. And he is not endorsed, as far as I know, Donald Trump, although he wouldn't back Kamala Harris. So you may be right, there needs to be a change. Although, in fairness, if you talk to people like Scott Bessent, who's advising Donald Trump, he thinks Donald Trump is really concerned about the deficit. Now, his solution to that would be do away with the Inflation Reduction Act, because there's a lot of money in tax credits going out the door, and redo Medicare some to save money. He thinks there are ways to save money. But he claims that Donald Trump actually is focused on the deficit. We don't hear it, but he claims he is.
I guess time will tell, and depending on how the elections play out. All right, so debt deficit is very important. Also important is the demand for data, AI. We want to go there. Data centers, building it out, spending on chips, all of this stuff, the impact on climate change, the energy demand. You tackle data centers this week.
Well, we sort of had to, didn't we? Because every time we talk to anybody about commercial real estate, they say, well, it's not all so bad because data centers. We're all investing in data centers.
It's no longer logistics centers. It's now data centers, I feel like, in a big way.
We had somebody a while ago from KKR who was talking about this, and afterwards I said, will you take me to one of your data centers? Because I don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
How does it look? And so we went out to Allen, Texas, north of Dallas, in the heat of the summer, and toured a data center to get a sense of what's in the data center and what's behind the data center, and why does it make so much sense. But the main thing about data centers is they're huge, complicated, very expensive, billions and billions of dollars. But there's a need that is growing really exponentially. And this is the KKR fellow, Valdemar Slazak, who actually is responsible for the digital infrastructure. This is what he said.
So U.S. is definitely, at least from our perspective, well ahead in terms of the deployment of AI. But just to try to quantify the scale of it, U.S. data center market is about a 15 gigawatt market, growing to 40 gigawatts. European market is about 6 gigawatt market. That's likely going to triple or quadruple over the next 4 or 5 years to 20 gigawatts. And then Asia Pacific, ex-China, is on a similar trajectory. So the scale is really different between U.S. and those other markets.
You have to understand, a gigawatt is a lot of power.
Yeah, remember from Back to the Future, and Doc Brown.
When you're talking about 40 gigawatts, that is enormous. And one of the issues is what you identified, Carol. Okay, there's a demand for power, because that's how you measure the capacity of a data center is the power, basically the gigawatts, right? But how do you do that at the same time you're trying to fight climate change? And KKR embraces that, as it's Cyrus One is the outfit that manages these we went out to in Texas, and they say, absolutely, we have a goal to get to zero emissions. And they're co-locating non-fossil fuel sources of energy.
Yeah.
We talked even about nuclear as a possible
The Microsoft investment, right?
Well, that's exactly 3 Mile Island.
The
That's why they're doing that.
yeah.
What was it like to be out at one of these?
Well, you know what it is? It's out in the outskirts of Dallas. It's north of Dallas and Allen, and it's a huge sort of building that's constructed. It's about the floors are about 2 feet above level because they pump in all this cold air to pump through these racks. And what you do is you have row upon row and row of black cabinets that you can't see, you can't go in. They're all very secure because it turns out everybody who's a customer. They have exclusive access to their particular computer. Yeah, Cyrus Ones who owns it cannot get into them.
Is it loud?
There's because of the air conditioning system. There's a fair amount. It's not real loud, but sort of. But also, you know, when you build these things, there cannot be any interruption in the power. I mean, zero.
Right.
So out back, when it was 105 degrees, there are these huge series of sheds, sort of metal sheds. That are generators storing energy in batteries. And then behind that, they have locomotive engines in sheds. So when the batteries run down, the locomotive engines kick in.
That's
so they're running
crazy.
like old school locomotive engines?
Yeah, real locomotive engines. They'll kick in.
That's
They're
pretty
powered
cool.
by diesel fuel. And so, because you can't have any interruption.
That's unbelievable. What?
Before we go...
Wait, are we going to do our alliteration for David? That it's about data, debt, and degas, or degas, like investing in art.
Degas.
Degas.
That's very impressive.
That's
Carol.
really
I was going to talk about Christine Wood over at Burns & McDonnell.
All right, go
because
where you want.
we spoke to Leslie Duke, the chair and CEO of Burns & McDonnell, over the summer. Fascinating company that's kind of like off a lot of people's radar. They do everything.
Yeah, we talked to that woman that runs their data center operation and what they're doing and the engineering challenges that they have to try to establish all this stuff.
You know, it's funny. We've been
You wanna
talking
talk
to, well, we will. Okay, so we're all over the place. But architecture and where people are building things and stuff is just telling so much about whether it's data centers or.
Well, here's a fun fact that I learned from this.
Kind of interesting.
The big center, as you know, is Northern Virginia, and now Texas as well, and Northern Illinois. But Northern Virginia, you know why that is? Because that's where DARPA was, and then where they created. And then what happened after that was AOL. And AOL had a huge demand on the outskirts of DC, and that's where it attracted, and so they just built it up and built it up and built it up. So that's why it's the main center for these data centers.
The data center you saw, was there nothing else around?
Not really anything else, no.
Yeah.
Nothing else around. And it's just, and they have to build it right next to the grid. I mean, they have it hardwired into the grid.
All right.
Art.
We talk
Love it.
art.
Love it.
Should we, what's going on with the art market right now?
Well, it's down a bit for a very simple reason, which I don't think I fully understand it. It is interest rates. Because
aren't you buying in cash if you're wealthy enough to buy?
Actually, we talk with the two women who run the city. City has a substantial, and no, there's a lot of leverage in them. And by the way, even if you paid for it in cash, you may want access to that cash, and so you will take borrowing against it. But the theory was, at least on some people's parts, and these are more the dealers and the traders rather than the collectors. The theory was when cash is free, then you get it, and you know the art's going to appreciate, so you'll make money off of it. When it's 5%. You got to know the art's going to go up 5% a year, and that's not as sure. And so the value of some of that high-end art has come down. But we talked to the head of Phillips Art Auction House on the eve of an auction, which was fascinating. And then Peter Krause, you know Peter Krause from Aperture? Yeah. He's a big art collector with his wife. They started collecting before they got married, actually. They have a huge, huge collection. And we talked to him, went to his office, saw some of his art.
Has he made any purchases lately?
Oh, he's purchasing all the time. The interesting thing is, I asked him once, do you sell? And he said, never.
Really?
Never. They've never sold anything. Now, there are a couple instances where they've given things to people to display, but they have never sold a piece of art because they're not in it to deal in it as an asset. But what they call this in the biz, as it were, is the passion asset.
It reminds me of someone like Eli Broad, who just held on to his, and it was old art, new art, but
and a lot of it does end up in museums, even though they're owned by private individuals.
Yeah, exactly. And they have an arrangement to donate some of theirs to a museum when they're gone. So we'll end up in museums. But they have a huge art barn up north.
Yeah, doesn't everybody have an art barn?
Well, I do. Don't you?
All right, David. Of course you do.
No, I do not. My art barn, I had to move the art barn because the car barn was getting too big.
Because the kids,
there were too many cars for the
stroller
car
barn?
Yeah, the stroller barn. That's what it is.
All right, we got to run. David Weston, thank you as always. Host of Bloomberg Wall Street Week, airing, of course, every Friday, this Friday at 6 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and on Bloomberg TV. All right, well, some guests need no introduction, and joining us right now on Bloomberg Radio and also on Bloomberg Television, we're delighted to have back with us, of course, ARK Invest founder, CEO, and CIO Cathie Wood. We wanted to actually talk to her because there's so much going on, certainly this week, whether it's today when it comes to the jobs report, but it's also what's been going on with OpenAI. So looking forward to just bringing her in and welcoming her, I should say, on Bloomberg Radio, but also on Bloomberg Television. All right, let's get to Cathie Wood joining us. Cathie, great to have you here with us. How are you?
I'm great, Carol. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Well, it's good to have you here. There is a lot going on, and we were saying, obviously, we want to kind of start macro, which we often do with you. And first up, the upbeat labor market, the Fed finally now cutting interest rates. You've been beating the drum for some time about the Fed to cut rates. At the same time, we had former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers out saying the half-a-point cut was a mistake. Stanley Druckenmiller, the hedge fund billionaire, he believes the Fed shouldn't have cut rates at the most recent meeting. He thinks that the central bank has boxed itself into a corner by guiding for even more rate cuts ahead. Do you think the Fed rate cut was a mistake?
Absolutely not. Not at all. It's been very interesting to watch the revisions in economic activity. Until this report, the revisions in the employment numbers had been down, and they were much weaker than had originally been reported. You know, we look at earnings reports and look at their revenues, and we're seeing a lot of companies showing negative revenues. So, you know, the headline numbers are heavily influenced recently, certainly in terms of some of the upward revisions in personal income by transfer payments, that's government stimulus, and interestingly, dividends. But not, if you look at the economy, the cyclical part of the economy is sick. It's sick. If you look at the sectors in the economy, one by one, they've been falling into a recession, no matter what the headline numbers say. Housing went down immediately when the Fed started raising rates. We're down 20 to 40% still. That's a recession.